Meeting to order on October 21st at 6:05. Will everyone please check in for roll call?
Member Aguiano?
Oh, actually, it's all on machines. So all they do is push the button and then roll call is taken. It's pretty cool. All right, meeting practices. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input in our meetings. However, it is important to note that a board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but a meeting to conduct the district's business in public. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions respectfully within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings, so that the board is able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for public comment on both agenda and non-agenda items. Public comment is only conducted in person. If you wish to speak, please submit a written speaker comment card with the executive assistant. Thank you. Members of the public may observe the meeting via the NUSD YouTube channel or in person at Newark City Hall chambers. Spanish translation should be available in person. Are there any items to be pulled from closed session? Does anyone have anything they'd like to pull? Okay, thank you. We will be discussing the following things in closed session. Pursuant to Government Code 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Complaint. 2.2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, 1 student matter case, 3 special ed cases. Pursuant to Government Code 54957, public employee appointment, employment appointment, Assistant Superintendent Business Services, CBO. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, update conference with labor negotiators, employee organizations, NTA, and CSEA. Thank you. All right, and we are off to closed session. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Hang on, just a moment. We would like to have the president from NTA come up before closed session. I apologize. I just follow my script and then, yeah.
Hello, everyone. I keep being reminded that I need to introduce myself every time I speak. So my name is Rachel Bloom. I am this year's NTA president. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the science resource teacher here in NUSD. I've been in the district for about 14 years, and I currently teach at BGI. One of the videos of the almost 6 hours of training videos I had to complete said that when one is about to enter a situation that could become unsafe or toxic, one must put on appropriate PPE. PPE stands for personal protective equipment. So for all you poor souls that did not have to complete the training, now you know, and I've brought my PPE, but I'm hoping that our environment doesn't become icky or toxic this evening. I wanted to speak to you all, the school board, before you go to closed session, so thank you for letting me do that. Tomorrow, Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025, will be the first day the Newark Teachers Association will be meeting at the bargaining table with NUSD management. So now it's all up to you, the school board. Many of you are kind to us NUSD educators on a regular basis. You tell us all the time and time again, that you appreciate what we do. And us Newark educators appreciate your appreciation. But now it's time to show us that you appreciate us. More than that, it's time to show the community you have been elected to represent that you are serious and ready to do what needs to be done in order to create the schools that our students and their families deserve. Our families know that their child cannot learn if they do not have qualified teachers to teach them. Our families know that their child cannot learn if they do not have dedicated counselors, speech language pathologists, school psychologists, and adapted PE teachers to support their growth. The fact is, you need us. And in order to keep us and hire more of us, you need to pay us. So, school board members, when you go into closed session, I urge you to speak to your district managerial staff and your lawyer. Make it clear that you value your NUSD educators. Make it clear that you value our NUSD students. Tell your people to pay us. They may say, we don't have money, we don't have money. You all know district business office folks have a way of squirreling away money and doing all sorts of things with all sorts of pots of money, putting them here and there, 1 minute, and then we're bankrupt, but then now we've moved everything around. It's a miracle, we've saved the day, we're not bankrupt, everything's great. Except when it gets time for negotiations. Then it's the same thing. We don't have money, we don't have money. Nonsense. District financial records are public. CTA has accountants. So school board members, when you go into closed session, be the leaders that you were elected to be. Fulfill the role you promised your community you would fulfill. Don't let managerial staff blow smoke up your tuchus. Don't listen to folks in business services tell their handcrafted fairy tales. The sky is falling, the sky is falling. Don't let your lawyer confuse you and fill your heads with a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo. NUSD has the money. We know it, you know it. Remember what is important. The students. Direct your employees to walk into bargaining tomorrow with a real offer on schedule. Tell your staff that you want them to put together a compensation offer that meets your goals, aligns with your values. When you go to closed session, do what you need to do so that we can create the schools that our students and their families deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to closed session. Thank you. All right, returning from closed session. I have two things to report out on. The board voted with a motion by Member Block and a second by Member Thomas, voted with 5 ayes to approve a settlement in the matter of case number 1021251 in the amount of $116,000. And I take that back. That was a motion by myself and a second by Anguiano for that case, $116,000. The second case was, excuse me, the second case was 1021252. And this case was for an amount of $21,000. And for that, the motion was by Member Block and the second by Member Thomas, and it was also 5 ayes. And those were the only two cases that we need to report out on at this time. All right, moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Chesley? The meeting guidelines and practices. We will keep our focus on the best interest of our students. We will work towards the future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. We will respect differences, and we will never dismiss or devalue others. I'm going to comment briefly here because I was not at the last meeting. After coming home and reviewing the meeting on the 7th, I would like to take a moment to remind the board that we all made a commitment to abide by and follow our meeting guidelines. I was embarrassed and appalled by the lack of respect and professionalism shown at the meeting towards staff. And I will continue this comment later. I just wanted to make that statement at this time. And so based on that, I will call point of order if any board member or community member does not speak respectfully in this room tonight. Moving on to the agenda, approval of the agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item? Okay. For approval of the agenda, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you.
I'll
A second?
second that.
Thank you, Member Thomas. All right, will you please vote? All right, thank you. 6 ayes. Moving on to the student report. Member Jesling.
Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, staff, students, and your community. We recently wrapped up a very successful homecoming week, which brought great energy and school spirit to campus. Students enjoyed dress-up days, lunchtime activities, a lively skit assembly, and our royal court was crowned at the homecoming game that Friday, and the dance was a huge success. In recognition of Filipino American History Month, our campus has been highlighting important historical figures such as Emilio Aguinaldo, promoting cultural awareness and pride amongst our students. Academically, AP exam registration is underway, and students are preparing for the upcoming exams in May. For athletics, the winter sports registration has also opened for basketball, soccer, and wrestling, with other orientations and trials beginning soon. The winter sports orientation is Wednesday, October 29th at 6:30 p.m. in the NMHS Old Gym for all families participating in soccer, basketball, and wrestling. This Friday, we'll host our annual cancer awareness football game against Irvington. Students and families will wear pink to show support, and posters will honor loved ones who have battled cancer, which is an event that unites our school and a community for a meaningful cause. Thank you for your time and continued support of our students.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, employee organizations, NTA spoke earlier, so is CSEA or NUMA? Okay, thank you, NUMA.
Good evening, President Jones, board members, executive cabinet. My name is Jody, and on behalf of NUMA Board, I want to once again thank our NUMA team, our NTA team, and our CSEA team members for their continued effort and dedication to keeping our schools safe, healthy, and positively productive. As mentioned, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we, along with people all over the world, want to show our support to anyone affected by this and any other cancer. As we approach the first report cards, we are looking forward to seeing the growth our students have made as a result of our collaborative efforts. We will continue to lead with student-focused decisions in mind. We want to thank all of you for your support and dedication to our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, recognition and celebrations. School Spotlight is on Kennedy Elementary tonight.
I just want to acknowledge Louis Lindsay, principal of Kennedy Elementary, is here tonight to highlight student growth from last school year, as well as their school culture and community at their campus, to hearing their efforts.
All right. Well, good evening, President Jones, board members, Superintendent Vicar, and Executive Cabinet. And thank you for the opportunity to be here to spotlight our school. My name is Louis Lindsay, and I am the proud principal of Kennedy Elementary, and I look forward to sharing our story and our continued efforts to increase student outcomes with all of you tonight. First, as we look at our enrollment and student demographics, during the 2024-25 school year, Kennedy has a total enrollment of 450 students. Of those, about 16% were emerging multilingual learners, 17% were students with disabilities, and 42% identified as Hispanic Latinx. Roughly 38% of our students were considered economically disadvantaged. And however, as you are comparing the numbers to the next year, I just want to make a note that our economically disadvantaged students for the 2025-26 school year have not been certified with CalPADS yet and won't be until January of 2026, and because this could change. But as we look at the numbers for 2025-26 school year, we'll actually see that our enrollment has decreased to 398 students, which is about a 12% decline. However, even with the decrease in enrollment, our student demographics have remained fairly consistent. Kennedy continues to serve a diverse group of learners with a strong representation of multilingual and special education students. And as we plan ahead, our focus remains on ensuring equity, maintaining strong academic supports, and meeting the needs of every student. For the next few slides, I'll be sharing our 24-25 CASP results and student growth. As we look at our English Language Arts CASP results, Kennedy saw positive improvement in 5 of the 6 reporting categories. With both our English learners and overall school-wide scores show that we had a 4% increase in both categories, our highest results since the 2021-22 school year. This reflects the continued impact of small group language support and our emphasis on language development across content areas. Our students with disabilities showed the largest gain with a 10-point improvement. This is a significant highlight for our school and speaks to the collaborative efforts between our general education and special education teams. If we take a closer look at individual grade levels, we do see that 3rd grade did see a slight 2-point dip. This year, we'll be taking a closer look at our instructional supports for early literacy to ensure that strong foundational skills are being worked on. 4th grade made a strong 7-point gain, and 5th grade also showed growth, increasing 2 points. Our focus this year will be to continue building consistency in early literacy, and expand intervention support, and sustain the collaborative structures that have led to this progress. Next, we'll take a look at our CASP results for math. Overall, as we move from 2023 to 24 to 24-25 school year, Kennedy also saw steady growth in math. We made a 2% gain, moving from 54 to 56%, our highest gain since the 2018-2019 school year. Our third grade results were quite impressive with a 10% gain, with 1 or 2% growth for some of our other student performance groups, and fourth grade. While we went down 5% in fifth grade, we are committed to gaining back this year. Our focus moving forward will be to target specific areas of challenge and increase small group interventions to strengthen and grow our current trends. Next, we'll take a look at our LPAC data. We saw strong growth in English language development over the past year. We've increased by 12% the numbers of students who scored a 4 on the annual LPAC assessment, indicating they were ready to be reclassified. We also had improvement gains in multiple grade levels. So if we break it down by grade level, kindergarten showed the most significant growth, increasing from 21 to 35% with a 14% gain. Third rose from 0 to 9%, and fifth grade increased from 17 to 27%. When we look at our economically disadvantaged students, they improved slightly by 1 point, and students with disability remained stable with less than 11 students assessed in that category. I believe that these results show that Kennedy's English learners are making meaningful progress towards reclassification, especially in the early grades. This growth reflects the ongoing work of our teachers to integrate language development into all content areas and the focused support provided through small group instruction and intervention blocks. Moving forward, our next step is to sustain early growth, provide additional targeted support for our emerging multilingual students. Next slide. A district goal is to reduce the chronic absenteeism at each school site to ensure that students are not missing 10% or more of the school year. Overall, Kennedy saw a 3% decrease in chronic absenteeism, dropping from 11.85% last year to 8.2% this year. All grade levels also had a decrease in chronic absenteeism, except for TK, which rose by 5%. We believe that this may be due because students are still becoming adjusted to regular morning routines, but we believe that the data here also represents not just when students miss school, but also when they were tardy by 30 minutes or more. Most grade levels showed improvement. First grade saw the largest reduction, down 7.5%. Second grade decreased by nearly 6%, and fifth grade by almost 5%. Kindergarten through fourth grades also saw smaller but positive gains. And while it's not mentioned in this slide, I do want to make a note that I'm pleased to share that as of right now, we currently have no student suspensions. Overall, this is strong progress and reflects our ongoing outreach and community building both in and outside of the classroom. So at the beginning of the year, 8 weeks ago, students in grades 1 through 5 took their iReady baseline assessment, and starting this week, students will be taking their second iReady diagnostic test in both reading and math. I wish we had numbers to compare, but as of right now, I'll share what the first assessment showed. So here are Kennedy's baseline results in reading. We have a number of students who are 1, 2, or 3 or more grade levels below in reading. I am optimistic, though, that we will see growth on the second iReady assessment that students are now taking and will continue to provide support and intervention for our struggling students. Roughly a third of our students are at or above grade level, a third are 1 grade level below, and a third are 2 or more grade levels below. We are, however, optimistic that after the second diagnostic is completed, that we will start to see students in both yellow and red categories make strides towards being at grade level. Looking at our baseline data for math, similarly, about a third of our students began the year meeting expectations. The majority within the yellow band are within 1 grade level of proficiency, while 17 students are 3 or more grade levels behind. This means that there is strong potential for growth through targeted instruction and small group math intervention. Our focus this year will be on closing fundamental skill gaps, particularly in number sense and problem solving, while continuing to challenge students who are already at grade level to ensure steady upward movement across all performance bands. As we look ahead, here are Kennedy's main focus areas for the year. Our first goal is to continue to improve academic performance in both ELA and math, aiming for a 5% increase in proficiency. We are also working to boost English learner achievement by 5%, raising our ELA scores from 10% to 15% and math from 22 to 27%. Another key focus is to reclassify more of our multilingual learners, especially in 3rd and 5th grade, where students are on the verge of meeting reclassification criteria. And finally, we want to keep reducing chronic absenteeism, bringing it down from 13.6 last year to 10% this year by continuing our early outreach and consistent attendance supports. Together, these goals represent our commitment to equity, consistency, and growth, ensuring every student continues to make meaningful progress. Here are our next steps as we move into the new school year. We want to continue to provide intervention supports during the day to close the achievement gap for students who are not yet on grade level. We will also be holding grade level data chats through grade level collaboration, our SSTs, our IEPs, and utilizing our instructional leadership team to look closely at student progress, identify next steps, make sure that we're providing the right supports where they're needed most. In addition, this year we also were able to hire an additional bilingual aide to help strengthen both the academic and language development of our multilingual learners. Also, still in the planning, we have CWA volunteers that are going to start working at Kennedy. They're scheduled to start soon, and we would like for them to be able to support grades 1 and 2 to help build foundational skills. And finally, we're expanding the Think Together After School program to include additional iReady practice so students can keep growing beyond the school day. And together, these steps create a focused plan to accelerate learning, strengthen language development, and ensure every student continues to make progress. But Kennedy, as much as we're all about the academics, it is a very social community that likes to support students and the culture and climate. And so we're going to continue with that, with providing opportunities for parent and community voice through recurring meetings such as Coffee with the Principal, our school site council, and ELAC. Last year, we had a high community engagement within academic nights, and we believe that these events will continue to grow and provide opportunities for students to showcase their learning through STEM nights and our annual Science Expo. Our Kennedy PTA remains a huge part of our success, and I cannot thank them enough for all of their ideas, enthusiasm, and ongoing support. And with their help and partnership, they remain vital in building school culture and climate through community engagement by participating in activities such as the New Work Days Parade, our Friendship Dance, Harvest Festival, and many, many more activities. This year, there will also be an additional focus, as mentioned earlier, with Think Together After School program to keep students consistently engaged after school. And of course, our own local school, we do like to promote our own events such as the Halloween Parade, Spirit Week, and open house, back to school night to provide opportunities for families to just come and see what's happening on campus. Lastly, in an effort to utilize the Prop 28 funds, our first enrichment opportunity that we're endeavoring in is to reinstate our after-school choir, the Kennedy Voices. Today was actually their second rehearsal. We had about 80 students that signed up, about 62 that came to the first rehearsal. So we're really excited about that. There seems to be a lot of excitement for it. We're looking for more opportunities to create more enrichment programs, and we're also looking forward to their first performance in December. With that said, Kennedy continues to grow not just academically, but as a connected, vibrant, and inclusive community. I have the privilege of, lastly, we have some photos here of some of the wonderful smiling faces that we see every day. I had the privilege of watching these students learn every day, and Kennedy will continue our commitment to make sure all students are successful both in and outside the classroom. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the board, comments? Member Hill?
Thank you, President Jones, and thank you, Mr. Lindsay, for the great presentation. Could we go back to the iReady data slide? Yeah, let's do math. So this is the after, right?
No, baseline. This is
Oh, this is baseline. So do we have updates beyond this particular data right here? Right now? Okay, great. That's all I had. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Member Block.
First, just wanted to thank you for the presentation. Seems like there's a lot of great things going on at Kennedy, and just really appreciate you sharing all of this information with us. I was curious to hear a little bit more about what the interventions look like within the school day that you had mentioned earlier. So for those students that are not at grade level that need a little extra support, what does that support look like within the school day?
So right now, one of the things that we're trying to do is really figure out how we're best utilizing the supports that we have. So we have our EL liaison, and who does small group intervention, both pushing into the classroom, pulling out, with additional aid that also helps us to be able to do more one-on-one instruction with some of the students. Right now, the additional aid is working with some of our upper grade students, and as well as we have, I believe, 1 or 2 kindergarten students that are proficient primarily in Spanish. So that's one thing. We are this year trying to focus more on actually looking at some of the data and seeing like where are these gaps happening and what can we do to address it. There are quite a few challenges, and we're trying to figure out how to do that. I know with our second grade team, one of the things that they're doing is that they've been able to through our DRAs, they've been able to see that we do have a large group of students that are below grade level, some that are right at grade level. So what they're doing is they're partnering up to put all those second graders in one class to get instruction that's targeted for them, as well as moving the ones that are closer to grade level to get instruction that's targeted to them. So I think what we're really still in the process of figuring out is how can we just be more intentional about the instruction that we're given. And I'm very pleased with a lot of the results that happened last year. But this year, I think the intention and focus is just to be intentional about what we're doing.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Seems like things are going in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Thomas.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is about chronic absenteeism, but more generally, could you speak to what you're doing to increase decrease absenteeism at the school? Because we used to have 96% ADA, and now our ADA's dropped down to 92. And especially, what specifically are you doing with the TK increase in absenteeism?
Well, this will be a unique year to kind of examine. And the reason why I say is because last year we did have 2 TK classes. This year we only have 1. So I believe that our numbers are going to kind of reflect, it's possible they can reflect something similar, but I am expecting that to kind of change things some. But as far as like what we're doing, one of the things that we're really just trying to do is just making sure that the teachers are communicating more with parents. And I think one of the things that I want to do throughout this year is to provide more opportunities to speak to parents, whether that's, with having meetings where they can come on campus, or if I'm doing other things online, to just kind of inform parents of the importance of school attendance. A lot of it too is part of the culture too of taking long extended trips, especially for those younger grades. So if we can really get the word out there and let them know that we want the kids in school, it's important for them academically, socially, emotionally, all those things. I do believe that that's going to help, and I also do believe that the teachers are well aware of it, and they're also the ones that are creating that community bond to kind of incentivize children to continue to show up consistently.
Do we ever make home visits to students that are chronically absent?
That was not something that I did last year at all, although I am open to it if the need arises.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
District school liaison does that as well.
Oh, great. And just one last question. What percentage of our students are taking the iReady exam? And the reason I ask that is in the past we've had, relatively low percentages, so it really doesn't reflect, the scores don't really reflect. Is it up above 95%?
Yes, it should be. It should be 1st through 5th grade students that are taking it. I know last year around this time, it was mainly, I believe mainly 3rd through 5th that were doing it. And then as the year progressed, I believe like around January, then we were including the lower grades as well. So it should be the majority of the school, it's just that are participating in it.
You mean, everyone takes the iReady exam, right?
Not TK.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about TK, I'm just talking in general.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Member Aguiano.
Mr. Lindsay, I really appreciate you sharing the data from last year, the English and the math from the CAS results. Overall, it shows growth, right? Especially in the students with disabilities. Now, what type of interventions are you putting, or how much dedicated time do you have children that we're boosting? And that's probably something for Ms. Allard as well, that we're showing growth in that particular area. How much time are we dedicating with the personnel for our students with disabilities, and how are we measuring that?
We work super close in collaboration with the Director of Special Education. So again, we're being very intentional this year to make sure that, one, we're using the adopted curriculum to fidelity as much as we possibly can, and then together figuring out what supplemental supports and interventions that we can put into place to make sure that they are reaching their fullest potential per their IEP goals.
Thank you. And how are we informing our families about that?
Well, parent-teacher conferences are coming up is one way that they're doing, and then there's just ongoing communication between the teachers and during IEP meetings, et cetera, that's when those are taking place.
I appreciate that. In regards to the culture, I really appreciate you being out there with the staff, monitoring traffic and just your presence. So overall, it shows the safety, and also the families being out there really being involved and partaking in all the events. I know that myself, I participated on one of the field trips, and it was just amazing. It was nice to be out there on the USS Potomac, and that was a great educational piece for me. I took a lot, and I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed being with your staff as well. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for
All
your
right.
presentation.
Thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right.
Okay, moving on to public comment. Ms. Parks, you have a non-agenda item.
Good evening. At the last meeting, Sherry Villa was here and spoke about the CBA that you are honoring, and the difference between what is posted on the website, the HR under HR, versus what was approved by the board in 2023. The difference is 190 pages. So I just want to make sure that what is being conveyed to the public is the actual CBA that you approved, and that is what is being honored salary-wise with stipends and such. So I just wanted to reiterate what was said, because the 276-page document is still attached on the HR website. The next item is in March 18th of this year. You had 3 items pulled from the agenda, 10.3, 10.4, and 10.5, which was a revised 23-24 salary schedule, along with what was going to be considered the 24-25. And after I know NTA spoke, I don't remember if another union, they brought up the fact that they felt that it was in bad faith since the 24-25 year wasn't finished, but those salary schedules have not come back to you. And since that time, there have been changes in range to one particular employee. There are some CSEAs who went from 7.5 to 8 hours. There are some that went from 11 to 12 months, or both, along with a lot of additional NUMA members that have been added. You've created new positions, and those salary schedules have not come to you. Finally, I'd like to address what was said earlier this evening. We all have First Amendment rights. We all have allotments granted to us by the Brown Act and by your own board bylaw 9323. which says that the board shall not prohibit public criticism of district employees. However, whenever a member of the public indicates specific complaints or charges against individual employees, the board president shall inform the complainant of the appropriate complaint procedure. That is what your own board policy says. Government Code Section 549543C, a legislative body shall not prohibit public criticism of policies, procedures, programs, or services of the agency or acts of omission of the legislative body. And as I said before, the First Amendment guarantees us the right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to public comment on agenda items. Ms. Parks, do you wish to speak at the time?
No, at that agenda item.
I'm sorry.
At that, when that.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yes,
Thank you. All right. Superintendent's report.
Good evening, board and community. Waiting for the pop-up. There you go. So I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about our professional learning grant that we recently received a notice from the California Department of Education on. It will be supporting us with math and language arts development framework support systems. It's for $1.37 million. Which could be spent over the next 4 school years. And just wanted to be able to share that particular good news with all of you. It's a great, flows right in with what our goals are for academic achievement. Some of the information that you heard from Mr. Lindsay tonight and from prior principals, along with the presentation that Ms. Allard will be doing later on. It just speaks to, I think, where we're going to, and this funding will be well used to be able to help and support our professionals right here at Newark. Next slide. Some additional professional learning opportunities for Newark Unified School District. Newark Memorial High School will be attending a professional learning committee conference known as PLCs. PLCs have been here before in the district, and staff has been working collaboratively together to be able to talk about what they want to be able to do together to really study up on how they can help support student achievement. They will be attending the conference on the 12th to the 14th. I will be attending with them for a couple of the days. I'm excited to be, they're bringing several of their staff members with them from the various disciplines and administration. This is a chance to be able to bring back ideas and be able to work together as a team. It's one of the elements that was recommended inside the WASC committee's report to us, and we will be getting that WASC report out to you. They came to us this past summer as to what their recommendations were, so we want to make sure that you get a copy of that. So we will be putting that in the Friday memo coming up. And then we'll probably do a presentation from Mr. Murphy on our WASC recommendations that came forward. So we'll be bringing that back at a future board meeting. The site and district administrators will be working on the multiple tier systems of support and RTI. And these implemented tier academics will actually help us hopefully increase our student outcomes as we move forward. Next slide. City Council recognition coming up. This is Hispanic Heritage Month, and they will be recognizing Puente at their meeting on Thursday. I think several of you have been invited, and we look forward to celebrating with our City Council that evening. And then, in celebration of our Latinos, and also our wonderful program that we had from Puente that you had a presentation on at the last board meeting. Next slide. Honor rolls recognition. So this was just released. We got an email today. We're super excited. We have 2 schools that have met what's called honor roll. This is done through a nonprofit that looks at school results of over, I can tell you right now, just a little bit more information here on it. It looks at the student academic achievement from over 12,000 schools here in California. Of that, about 150 schools were recognized. We have 2 of our schools right here. It's congratulations to Lincoln Elementary and to Birch Grove Elementary as well, intermediate. So, BGI. Yeah, so we're super excited. We will be celebrating with them and with all of you on some more information coming up on this. Coming up are our flu and COVID-19 vaccine clinics for our families and community. Dates are going to be on November 3rd over at Newark Middle School, November 4th over at Coyote Hills Elementary, and November 10th at Schilling Elementary Schools. Come on out and get a free vaccine if it's something that you still need, and let's keep that flu away. Okay, next slide. Viola Blythe is starting their annual food drive, and our schools will be participating. The containers will be arriving the first week of November. And, as you all know, Viola Blythe is an important element here in our school district, our school's partner, and we look forward to working with them as we share supplies and goods with our families. Next slide. We continue to monitor and treat the Kennedy campus with our pest control company, which has indicated improvement in our classrooms and grounds. I want to thank staff for sending out a survey to our families for the last 3 weeks to gather data and information. This has been shared with our pest control company, and we look at it to see how our fleas are doing over there, and hopefully they're reducing, which they are. Next slide. Here you can see some of the survey results that we have. We actually share this information with our families through Parents Square. So I wanted to be able to share that with all of you here this evening. And next slide. We've got some good news. Some great things are happening on our campuses. Both Coyote Hills and Schilling have received recognition this year for 2025-26 for our PBIS conference. Coyote Hills has platinum status for PBIS, and Schilling has gold. So they will be picking up their awards for that, and we look forward to celebrating with them in their community. At BGP, our TKK students completed a study unit on pumpkins and enjoyed a pumpkin patch on campus. Try to say that 3 times fast. Homecoming dance was held at Newark Middle School Newark Memorial High School on October 11th with over 500 students in attendance. I understand it was a great success and students had a great time. And at Schilling, students completed the Apex Fun Run, which was a great success as well. Many of our upcoming end of the month Halloween activities are scheduled for next week, and we hope you'll be able to come out and join us. And we look forward to celebrating the fall festivities with all of our families and kiddos. Next slide. Just want to thank you for your attention on all these things, and excited about the work that's happening here at Newark Unified School District.
Thank you. All right, we're going to be moving on to staff reports. I'd like to remind everyone that it is the board's responsibility to ask clarifying questions regarding the reports by the staff. Thank you. We are getting the ELOP ACES funding report.
Great.
Ms. Allard. Or is that coming?
Actually, I just wanted to be able to introduce this while Ms. Allard gets herself prepared over there. I'm really excited about the results that ELOP and ACES. So this is an element that the board has asked us to bring back and let you know how we are doing with navigating our ELOP and ACES programs. As you know, we moved to a fee-based model, and Ms. Allard will be reporting on that along with Ophelia Malero. And I will invite her up here so that she can share some important data with all of you.
And can I help you that you just wait for 1 moment? Public comment from Ms. Parks. Thank you.
I wasn't sure if you were waiting for me to talk after or before.
Yep.
Okay, well, let me just start off with a reminder. ACES is Schilling and Coyote Hills and the middle school. Lincoln, Kennedy, BGI, BGP are ELOP. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Now I'd like to share some observations and some recommendations based on the presentation materials. Starting with slide 3, which details the total salary expenditures, I believe it is helpful to break down the individual components for better clarity. The position expenditures includes a full-time coordinator position, a part-time administrative assistant. I've been told it's approximately 0.3 FTE, so not even a full, it's not full, and 8 childcare attendants who support early release TK students for about 2 hours a day. Initially, the coordinator oversaw the entire NUSD childcare program and its staff. However, since those responsibilities have shifted to your vendor, Think Together, the coordinator roles has been significantly reduced. The coordinator oversees the vendor and manages the administrative assistant along with the 8 attendants. The coordinator position alone accounts for over half of the salary expenditure, raising questions about whether it aligns with the current operational needs and efficiency. Additionally, I'd like to address an equity concern. Students in ACES program attend summer sessions funded by the ELOP money. How many UPP students are currently enrolled in ACES? Receiving free after school, non-UPP students who are currently enrolled in ACES receiving free after school care and free summer programs. How is it fair that non-UPP students at the 4 ELOP sites are required to pay fees while non-UPP families in ACES receive these services at no cost? To promote fairness, I propose that both ELOP and ACES transition to a fee-based model for all non-UPP students starting January 2026. Equitable access to our programs is not a goal, it's a necessity. In closing, I respectfully urge the board to direct the superintendent to take these steps. Evaluate the current staffing needs to ensure that they reflect the actual demands for that services, the services that are being provided, and implement a fee-based after-school program for non-UPP students starting January 2026. This will create that equitable system. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting.
All right. Good evening, and thank you all for your request to learn more about the expanded learning programs, especially for our new fee-based program. This evening, I will be sharing our efforts so far this year, as well as recommendations to the board for consideration. The CDE provides NUSD with 2 funding sources for after-school programs, ELOP, or Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which supports 4 sites, while ACES, or After School Education and Safety, supports our Title I campuses. Both programs provide students academic and social-emotional needs from the end of the school day until 6 p.m. Think Together is our provider for the ELOP and ACES programs, and per state guidelines, priority enrollment is for unduplicated students. Here are the total costs associated with ELOP for after-school programming, broken down by services and student support. The last row indicates the total ELOP budget for the 25-26 school year, which is $2,131,318, as well as the funding that CDE allocated last summer to the district. This caused a $504,753 deficit. In late July, NUSD was notified that CDE would be restructuring their expanded learning budget. Districts that have 55% or higher of unduplicated students would receive more funding. NUSD's unduplicated count was approximately 53%, and because of this, we received less funding than in previous years. At a special board meeting in July, the unfortunate circumstances were discussed and a decision was made to move toward a fee-based program for non-unduplicated students. My department quickly pivoted and communicated this change to families. Starting 7 days later, we began enrolling families at BGI, BGP, Lincoln, and Kennedy for a monthly cost of $450 per student for 9 monthly payments. Our first priority was to provide services for students who meet the qualifications for unduplicated percentages. NUSD has traditionally had a wait list for families who do not meet the UPP qualifications. In the past, we were able to use ELOP funds. With the reduction of the ELOP funds, we determined a formula to be cost neutral. As the slide indicates, we need 125 families to break even, and there is a small overage / contingency. Because ACES funding came in as expected, at the time, there was not a need to move to a fee-based program for the 25-26 school year. In addition, the news about ELOP came so quickly that we had to immediately pivot our ELOP program to meet the Think Together contract amount and still have care for students within 7 business days before school started. And then moving forward and thinking about the 26-27 school year, there are some considerations. Both after-school programs, ELOP and ACES, can become fee-based for those unduplicated family or non-unduplicated families. We could also design a sliding payment scale based on family income instead of a flat monthly fee. And then it's also important that we continue to advocate for all families in the district to complete the educational benefits form to determine if families are eligible for both programs at no cost. Okay. Thank you, and looking forward to the board's guidance and recommendations for the 26-27 school year.
Great, thank you. Questions from the board? Member Block.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was a super helpful clarification as to what's been happening. I was curious as to what the additional demand is for the after-school program. So I know we have 125 students who've signed up for the fee-based plan. Are there a lot more students who would like to participate if there were additional spots, or what does that look like at the moment?
Yeah, so at the moment, with the fee-based program, that comes to me first. I enroll the families, they sign the contract with me, they give the payment or deposit to me. After that, then I connect with the school, with the after-school program, with the Think Together site program manager, and give them the green light to go ahead and confirm. After all that's settled and the students are enrolled into the program, my office, myself, and the administrative secretary do the billing in-house. It's us, and we're collecting the payments, invoicing, chasing after money, for lack of a better term. But we're very much involved in all of the communicating with all of the families and collecting those. So that's been something that we've had to learn in our office the last couple weeks.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. Mm-hmm. And you had mentioned something about a potential for a sliding scale sort of system in the future. Mm-hmm. How would we go about collecting the information needed in order to determine something like that, in the future? What would be this might not be a question that could be answered at the moment, but what kind of information would be needed in order to develop that kind of a system?
So I reached out to ACOE's Expanded Learning Division already. I'm awaiting their response, but I did inquire about guidance from either them or the CDE on how to start a program like that. Once I do receive that response, I will definitely start planning for that and bringing something to the executive cabinet and then yourselves.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You said we have 125 non-unduplicated students attending. How many students do we have total, and how does that compare to the number of students we anticipated we would have in the contract?
In the contract, we have 400 students, so they divide that excuse me, between 100 per site. That's the initial. But right now, we currently have about 375 students in the program. So there is still room to grow and to accept students. That comes with our partners and them adding the spaces in for those, to add more students in.
Are the 125 included in the 375?
Yes.
Okay. So if we could have 25 more unduplicated students if they came forward.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Just an additional comment. One of the things that we're looking at also is exploring other options for next year for after-school programming. I think you've heard some conversation from me with regards to hopefully working with the city and designing a program that would offer some additional supports where maybe we could even pull our money together to be able to support our families right here in Newark in a better way, maybe even more affordable. And so those are some of the other areas that we are also looking at as staff as to how we can help support that. And then we're also learning from other school districts what they're doing with their sliding scale as well.
I'm going to call on myself. Do you have any idea, and this could be just addressed to any of you, if we were to change the system in January and include the non-UPP kid families in, let's just say in January, do you feel that if we were able to reduce the 450 to kind of level it out, would we get more students at the other schools? Because the 450 might have been really prohibitive for them. So if it came down, do you think we would get more students if we kind of leveled it out this year in the middle of the? Do you understand what I'm kind of? Okay. So I guess what I'm asking is if. I'm just going to pick some numbers. They're not necessarily realistic or correct. Let's say we reduced it to 300 a month for any child who was not a UPP kid. And we did that across the entire district, so at all the school sites, including the ACES. So it would be, the 3 school sites that we don't do any charge for those families that are non-UPP. Would doing that, then perhaps bringing it down to 300, are there other families who have said, yeah, we really wanted the after-school program, but the 450 was prohibitive. We could have done it at a lower rate. So it would get our numbers up. Maybe we would be able to get the extra students that we could serve because we would be charging less. Am I still not making sense?
I think I understand the question, but I think let me make sure I go backwards just for a second. So there's 2 different grants, right? There's the ACES grant.
Right.
And there's the ELOP grant.
Right.
I think the question that came up from Mrs. Parks and from Mrs. Thomas was that the question was, could we pivot on our ACES grant in January to offer a fee-based model on that particular program, if I understand correctly. So again, it has its own set of funding. Right now, we are living within the funding of how the ACES model was designed.
Right.
So it's not, we're not losing money right now on that particular program.
Right, I understand that, but what I'm trying to do is to equalize it across the district so that that people aren't, for lack of a better term, penalized for going to one of the 4 schools that are funded through ELOP versus one of the schools that's funded through ACES, that everyone in the district, from that standpoint, the families are being treated equally.
I'm not sure how that works on the reporting side.
Yeah, and I don't know. That's why I'm
to
just
explore that. I'm not 100% sure if the reporting would allow us to commingle the funds across the various grades and the different sites. I don't know.
I think
don't know
I
that
checked.
answer.
I checked on the web, and it says that ACES program can be there can be fees charged for it.
No, I understand the ACES program can have fees charged for it. I guess what I'm saying though is, in the question that President Jones was asking, she wanted to be able to take some of the savings that you might have from the ACES program if it was fee-based, and then perhaps bring it over to the ELOP
Oh, yeah, right.
program.
yeah, that's more or less what the bottom line would be, yeah, financially, from
Right.
from a paper, pencil, and dollar standpoint.
They get services during the summer from ELOP. ACES does.
the summer program I know allows for, I don't know, we'd have to go back and go explore
I
that.
don't know, it's just a thought of trying to figure out how to make it more,
Equitable.
I don't know, yeah, that's the word, equitable across the district for
I hear you.
families.
I understand what you're saying, but we already had some families who were unexpectedly had to pay the $450. Even if we brought that down to $300 for everybody, that could still, if a family had a child at Newark Memorial based at Kennedy, we're upping them to $600 compared to $450 right now. So I think we have to take that into consideration.
Okay, I'm
Does
not
that make
quite,
sense?
I didn't quite follow.
Right now, if you've got a child that's in the elementary program and then you've got one at the middle school, they're
Got
not
it.
having to pay for two
Got
different
it,
things.
got it, yeah. I mean,
For two
yeah,
different
that's the other
grandstands.
side of it. That's kind of the flip side of looking at it too. Like all of those things would need to be looked at. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to,
Yeah.
throw out some,
Yeah, I mean, obviously when we entered into the summer, we weren't expecting to have to do a fee-based model.
Right.
So there hadn't been really planning in it. As we shared, we pivoted to be able to make sure that, hey, we could provide the services and then be able to do it so that it wasn't encroaching into the district's general fund or into another program's fund, right? That should be spent on something else. Moving forward, I think we would really like to take the time to really come back and design a model for the 26-27 school year.
yeah.
But obviously, if directed by the board to do something different, that's definitely something we can.
Well, I think having the time, I mean, honestly, having the next 9 months to come up with an idea and a way of moving forward for next year is, it's going to take some time. It needs to be planned well. I think you all did a fabulous job of spinning on your heels in a week and coming up with what you came up with. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Success for in the 24-25 school year.
All right, maybe my most favorite report of the entire year. So I am ready to turn this over to Assistant Superintendent Karen Allard, who's going to share some data with all of you. We still have a long ways to go, but we are definitely moving in the right direction and looking at past years and where we're going towards. Feels good, feels right.
Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. While we have known about our results for a few weeks, we were unable to share them officially until they were made public. I'm eager to highlight the exciting academic progress that took place across the district last year as we continue our collaborative efforts to close the opportunity gap in NUSD. These achievements would not have been made possible without the dedication and hard work of district staff, site administrators, certificated and classified staff, and volunteers in our classroom. Thanks to their unwavering commitment, I'm proud to share a different narrative than in previous years. Last year, 4 key goals guided our efforts across the district. Aligned with our 3-year LCAP, these goals were widely recognized as the driving force behind our initiatives to improve student outcomes. There was a strong sense of urgency to create meaningful change. In my presentation, I will review each goal, share the results we've achieved, and outline the next steps we are taking for the 25-26 school year. Goal number 1, increase academic achievement, a priority the board has mentioned many times. The 2024-2025 SBAC results will serve as the primary measure to assess progress towards this goal. The SBAC measures student progress in alignment with the Common Core state standards for the subjects of English language arts and math. Every spring, the assessment is administered to students in grades 3 through 8 and in grade 11. There is also a California science test referred to as CAST or C-A-S-T that is administered to students in grades 3, 5, and 8 and once during high school. There are 4 achievement levels on the assessment. Level 1 represents students who did not meet grade level standard, and level 2 indicates students who are close or who nearly met grade level standard. In tonight's presentation, the shared results will indicate the percentage of students who met or exceeded grade level standards. I am excited to share that for the first time since the 2015-2016 school year, Newark Unified made growth in all 3 administered assessments. Let's start with ELA. It has been 7 years, not including the pandemic, as students were not tested, that 49% of our students met or exceeded standard for their grade level. It is also exciting to note that from 2023-2024 school year to 24-25, we increased 5% from 44% to 49%. In math, since the 2015-2016 school year, we have 39% of our students at or above grade level. From the 23-24 school year to 24-25, we increased 3%, which has not been accomplished in over 7 years. And for science, we increased by 1% from 23-24 to 24-25, heading back in the right direction from the 21-22 school year, when we achieved our highest results of 31%. This comparison slide shares results from the state of California, Alameda County, and NUSD in ELA and math. The state of California are on the top light blue bars, in the middle is the county, and NUSD are the darker blue bars at the bottom of the slide. For the state of California, 49% of students met or exceeded grade level standards in ELA, the same for NUSD. For math, the state of California, 37% met or exceeded grade level standard, 2% lower than NUSD, as we achieved 39%. Again, the middle 2 bars represent Alameda County. The county of Alameda scored 56% in ELA, 7% higher than NUSD, and in math, 48%, 9% higher than our district. Now, there is a competitive side to me, so I wanted to review some of our surrounding district results. While I didn't review all districts within the county, for the ones I did take a look at, NUSD had the highest growth out of all of them. Some had 1% or 2% growth, others flatlined, and some declined. We are proud to highlight the outstanding achievements of various student performance groups. Our African American students demonstrated remarkable progress with a 12% increase in English language arts and 6% increase in math. Hispanic students showed strong gains, achieving 5% increase in ELA and 4% in math. And additionally, our white students made significant improvements with 11% rise in ELA and 3% increase in math. Our economically disadvantaged students, as well as our English learners in math, showed some improvement. However, English learners experienced a 1% decline in ELA, along with students who have IEPs in both ELA and math. This decline may be attributed to the number of contracted teachers last year or the reclassification of English learners, which removes students from the English learner category. It is important for us to highlight some individual site achievements, as there are many bright spots across the district. Notably, several sites have demonstrated significant growth, including BGI, Schilling, Lincoln, and Newark Middle. For example, Lincoln, 13% increase in Hispanic student achievement. Schilling, 5% growth in English learners, the highest in the district. BGI, 6% overall gain in ELA, and Newark Middle, 11% improvement in ELA scores. Goal 2, reclassify multilingual learners and reduce the number of long-term multilingual learners. Last year, we had a total of 982 English learners. 320 had been designated as long-term English learners, and 266 of the 320 were students who had been enrolled in our schools since kindergarten. Yet despite their language production through the grades to middle or high school, they had not been reclassified to proficient in English. Starting from the left side of the slide, we observed an increase in the number of multilingual learners who improved their proficiency on the LPAC, a challenging assessment, rising from 40 to 44%, as indicated by the red circles and the dark green box in the last column. For the middle columns, we pretty much flatlined, as 30% of our English learners maintained their score on the LPAC. This indicates that 39% of our English learners showed no growth in their English language development. For the yellow circles, we saw a positive trend in the reduction of students whose proficiency declined. This means that their LPAC scores did not lower, they increased. In 23-24, 22% of the students' LPAC scores declined, and this was reduced to 15% last school year. We are pleased to report an improvement to our LPAC reclassification outcomes. The percentage of students earning a 4 indicating readiness for reclassification increased from 11% to 14% last school year, a 3% increase. While this resulted in reclassifying only 6 additional students, 115 to 121, it is encouraging to see a significant increase in the reclassification of long-term English learners. The number of long-term English learners reclassified rose from 39 in 23-24 to 66 in 24-25, an increase of 27 students. Goal 3, reduce chronic absenteeism. We know the importance of students being in school to achieve high levels. Chronic absenteeism refers to a pattern where students miss a significant portion of school days over a period of time. Typically, it's defined as missing 10% or approximately 18 days during the school year. In 24-25, our chronic absenteeism lowered as we consistently sent messages reminding our families about the importance of attending school on a consistent basis. Special thanks to the People Services Department who supports schools and families throughout the school year for students to attend school on a regular basis. Finally, Goal 4. Reduce suspensions district-wide. Our suspensions decreased from 402 in 23-24 to 227 in 24-25. This school year, they have been 14. I want to thank site administrators and staff who worked with their students and families to implement positive behavior approaches and restorative practices. Their efforts made a huge difference. Our theme this year is to tell a story. This includes getting to know all students' stories, especially our struggling students, so that we can provide the needed supports for them to reach their fullest potential. While we have a lot to celebrate, we have work to do, and the next slides will share the strategic and intentional work we are doing to increase student outcomes district-wide. Last May, many students in kindergarten, first, and second grade ended the year not on grade level. For example, in kindergarten, this is 24% in reading and approximately 50% in first and second grades were not on grade level at the end of the school year. It is important to implement targeted interventions to provide additional support to help these students catch up who are now in first, second, and third grades as we need to strengthen their reading and math skills. For English language arts, while we had the biggest increase in many years for grades 3, 8, and 11, we still have 1,209 students not on grade level. The opportunity gap is also very apparent for several of our student performance groups. Although we experienced the highest growth in math in many years, 61%, or 1,446 students in grades 3, 8, and 11 are still performing below grade level. An achievement gap persists, especially with our multilingual learners being 31% behind their peers. Our DLAC and ELAC committees can help be a driving force to create this needed change. Our goals will remain the same. These are the same goals that were shared at the beginning of this presentation. It's important to stay the course, especially as we have achieved results from last school year. Moving forward, we want to uncover all the factors that may be influencing student progress, whether they're academic, social, or emotional. By identifying the potential barriers, we can tailor our strategies and interventions more effectively. We are being very intentional on how we increase student outcomes this year. All sites have engaged in data chats and root cause analysis to identify areas of growth and boost student outcomes for all struggling students. iReady's personalized pathways in reading and math are being carefully monitored at the elementary and middle schools, and several English teachers at the high school have agreed to pilot iReady while a committee researches additional diagnostic assessment possibilities for implementation next fall. Student engagement and use of academic vocabulary will continue to be a focus to increase student language production. In alignment with our third LCAP goal, our students cannot be successful if they do not feel connected, safe, or supported at school. We will continue to offer several mental health services for our students and their families to ensure that every student has the resources they need to thrive academically and personally. It is important for site administrators to also receive support as they are the closest to the classroom besides our teachers. Site administrators have bi-weekly one-on-one meetings in which we analyze data and discuss next steps and commitments. Elementary principals participate in monthly learning walks at each other's sites, fostering collaborative learning, and administrators join together monthly for professional learning sessions and additional data conversations. Together, as a Newark community, let's celebrate our students' growth from last school year and recommit ourselves to take bold steps to build a generation of students who reach their fullest potential and emerge stronger, more resilient, and equipped with the skills and mindsets to succeed, starting in transitional kindergarten and as high school graduates. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. That was a mouthful of information. It was great, though. It's so exciting to see how many improvements that the kids have made, and it's obvious that the organization of working with the principals and who are then working with the teachers has really paid off. So thank you for all of your hard work. Member Hill?
Yeah, Ms. Allard, I just want to echo what President Jones said. So you've been focused like a laser beam on academic achievement and student outcomes, and now we're seeing the results. And so, through your leadership and Superintendent Vacar, that is our number one goal, our number one priority of all of our goals. And the fact that you're hitting our goals, right? So we said 2% overall and 5% for subgroups. And although there's still some subgroups that we're working on, but overall, amazing progress. And so, and I think that you're providing the consistent leadership has been essential for that. But I also want to acknowledge, as President Jones had mentioned, the principals getting competitive at their schools to hit certain targets, and again, none of this would happen without the teachers, right? And so I just want to thank everybody, and the proof is in the pudding. Thank you.
Member Block.
Yes, I want to thank you, Ms. Allard, for all of the incredible work that you and your team are doing. Superintendent Vacar, this is just so exciting to see this presentation and see the tremendous amount of growth that's occurring. So thank you. I'm really excited and invigorated by hearing this report, and it just makes me feel really positive about the future of Newark schools. I did have one question. I was really curious. You had mentioned a few English teachers at Memorial agreeing to an iReady pilot, and I was just wondering if you could expand on that a little bit. I know we have so much data at the elementary school, and then at the high school level, it's a little uncertain until we get the CASP results. So I'm excited to hear about that. I know at Washington we have iReady data at the high school level, and it really helps me as a teacher to see where my students are at the start of the year, at the end of the year. So I was just curious to hear a little bit more about what's in the works for the high school in particular.
Yeah, we have a committee right now who's looking at multiple diagnostic assessments to select the one they want, so they have voice in the process. But in the meantime, when the high school did their data chat, they're like, well, why don't we also have an assessment in place right now? And that's where the conversation evolved, where the English teachers were willing to be like, well, I'll pilot iReady in the meantime while we find one that we all agree upon doing.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarification.
Great. Member Aguiano.
Ms. Allard, I appreciate you just sharing overall all the information and also the growth that we've been having per school site, the breakdown that you gave in regards to the school progress and the spotlights. It really highlights what each school is doing. And just to echo what our members went ahead and mentioned, it's competitive and it's a good way to really keep up and to show what we're doing that's positive. You did mention a couple of the ELAC and the DLAC, which you're working with these particular groups. Is there a way that we could go ahead and show a year at glance and a breakdown, so we go ahead and start educating our families on the data, on the milestones. Say, for example, from fall, we could definitely have, by the end of October, right? We could have information, but we could tell our families, this is where your child stands. He or she should be here. To give them a measure of what we could go ahead and work on. So a breakdown would be really ideal to start educating our families to see how we go ahead and really start supporting the child at home. These metrics we go ahead and definitely have because we do have the data that's being presented right now, but just a breakdown of where by grade level do we have to be and how can we go ahead and support the children at that particular time.
After every diagnostic assessment, families do receive a letter exactly where their child is performing currently. So they received one in August for the baseline, and they're about to receive another one again once we finish this testing window right now. We had our first DLAC meeting today. They saw the data as well. They're excited about the growth, but they're like, we need to do more for our multilingual learners. So they're all over this as well, and even recommended having a series for our parents starting in January for them to get more knowledge about the LPAC and how hard it is and what they can do to help prepare their students for the CASP.
That is so key. Thank you for sharing.
Great. Thank you so much. We really appreciate the report, and congratulations to all staff on all the hard work. I'm sorry, Member Thomas.
I wanted to say congratulations, Ms. Allard, and congratulations to the staff, and congratulations to especially the teachers, because that's where it all happens. What I loved is the surrounding districts. You know, I think that's something that we need to be showing off, that we, 5% and our surrounding districts are much less than that, and the same thing with math. Good job.
Competitive too. I know there's a competitiveness up in there too. So we're competitive as well. We're excited about the results. I truly want to thank our teachers, our site leadership, our district office support systems. I think we're moving in the right direction. I thank you for your commitment and your time that you invest in this each and every day, and the time that it takes to work with your colleagues to be able to learn and to really have that curiosity as to how we can continue to move the needle and support our students so that they have just an amazing life opportunity ahead. So thank you.
All right, we will move on to new business, the Phones Free School presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity to share information about a process for this school year to phone-free schools. Phone-free schools in the fall of 2026 at all sites throughout the district. In September 2024, Governor Newsom signed AB 3216, the Phone Free School Act, requiring districts to develop policies limiting smartphones, smartwatches, smart glasses, and AirPods during the school day by July 1st, 2026. The policy aims to support student well-being and learning by reducing unrestricted phone access during the school day. While we have a district mobile communication device policy, it is important to determine how we want to implement AB 3216 and our district policy by including staff, students, and family voices. There is concern that access to smartphones, smartwatches, smart glasses, and earbuds or AirPods are a barrier to learning and student success. Numerous publications have highlighted issues regarding distractions and unwelcome attention resulting from frequent access to social media, text messaging, and camera use. Research has also been strong on the impact of cell phones and academics. Shared are just a few studies regarding how cell phones and learning environments can cause lack of focus, distraction, loss of learning, and additional stressors. With the implementation of a phone-free school policy, numerous scenarios need to be carefully considered. What does a phone-free school look like at the elementary, middle, and high school levels? What about students who may use their phones for medical conditions? What will be procedures for emergency situations? And if phones are used in an unauthorized manner, what are next steps? Addressing all of these questions will ensure a smooth and successful implementation. Many surrounding districts are going through the same process. We can learn successes and challenges from districts who have already implemented the phone-free policy and collaborate with districts who are going through the process this school year. We can also learn from Bridgepoint and Newark Middle. Bridgepoint is already a phone-free school as students securely keep their phones in magnetically lockable pouches called a Yonder, and Newark Middle School started a soft launch this school year, setting the expectation of no phones during the school day. Engaging community partners will be essential, and multiple feedback sessions will be scheduled to share information, answer questions, and gather suggestions. Their active participation will help ensure the initiative addresses staff, students, and community needs while also fostering collaboration where voices were heard and considered. From November to March, we will focus on planning efforts, gathering insights and feedback, and posting ongoing FAQs on the district website. A phone-free school plan will be developed with the goal for the board to provide feedback and approve by the end of March, giving school sites time to plan and prepare for this new expectation. In April and May, we will also communicate a new phone-free school policy with families, and school staff will also have time to discuss expectations and follow-through based on the developed plan. In late July and early August, families and students will receive reminder letters in preparation for the upcoming school year. Together, let's search for a manageable solution to successfully implement the phone-free schools policy and a way for NUSD to limit distractions in the classroom and improve overall student achievement, mental health, and well-being. I look forward to sharing a proposal with you and also look forward to hearing your feedback and approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Member Thomas? Oh, was that from before? Okay, Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Allard, for the presentation. And as you mentioned at the beginning, right, so ultimately the governor and the legislature have taken action to mandate that schools address this issue. And it was really as the result of a body of evidence, some of which you've cited, that indicates all of the negative, impacts or outcomes that you see with cell phones, particularly among junior high school and high school kids. And the body of research is significant. And not only, as you cite, are there focus issues in class which are distracting from learning, but there's pretty compelling evidence that the mental health crisis that we're seeing is actually being caused by cell phones. And for those that are interested in reading kind of a layman's, rendering of that, so The Anxious Generation is the book that really, I think, inspired a lot of this discussion. So, but we're kind of coming late to the party a little bit. So a lot of schools have already implemented this. And what I would say is that I agree. Number one, we don't have a choice. We have to address it. But I have concerns around the sort of the stakeholder group that you're asking to provide input for, because I think that when we look at it, at the end of the day, the primary goals or the primary focus in schools is, number one, the kids are learning, and number two, they are in a safe environment, and that they are not suffering from mental health issues, right? And so those are really the primary objectives. And what I'm concerned about is, and so I know that prior to my own district implementing this policy, and I would say this is probably true in most schools, and I'd be interested to hear Member Block and Member Anguiano's input on this. the kids could not help themselves in terms of their, I mean, quite frankly, addiction to cell phones. And I tried every means possible to control that. I first tried education, and I showed them, documentaries on, the challenges of cell phone. That didn't work at all. I tried to ask nicely. I said, hey, let's make sure that the phones are away. Didn't work. The only thing that kind of worked was basically forcing the kids to put the phones away. And so different people have different approaches. In my class, I was using the cubby, the phone cubby. But the challenge that we teachers had prior to a policy existing is that you now had people doing kind of one-off stuff. And so then after that, you had kids saying, well, Mr. So-and-so doesn't require this to do, to do this, or at this school they do something different. And so there were all of these essentially explanations for why we should be different. And I will tell you, even though some people might object to it, that phones are an addiction, and social media is an addiction. And if you study it, the creators of these devices and these platforms have purposely tried to addict people so that they can promote their platforms and their advertising, et cetera. It is not an accident, it is a feature, right? And what I literally saw is that even when I asked kids to put stuff away in their backpack, it was an unconscious habit. Within 5 minutes, they're not even thinking about it. They're reaching into their backpack and they're pulling it out and they're on it. Okay, fast forward now to this year, where we have where our board passed a cell phone policy, and the cell phone policy basically is off and away. So we did not go all the way out to yonder pouches, but we said that when you are in class, your phone must be turned off and it must be away. And the teachers have some discretion around that, but most of them have migrated towards the phone cubbies. Mm-hmm. And what I will tell you is that the change, number one, I saw very little resistance from the kids coming back in this year. They just sort of knew, okay, this is the game plan. Okay, the board and everybody said this. We got to comply. And they started to put their phones away. And the transformation that took place in the classroom was remarkable. So there was so much conversation, there was so much focus, there was also fun, and quite frankly, less mental health, issues and that kind of thing. And we haven't even gotten through the whole year, right? We're not even halfway through. So, but I will tell you that if I had polled my kids last year and said, well, what do you think our cell phone policy should be? There would be all these excuses about, well, what happens if there's an emergency and my parents need to contact me, right? But they have had no concept of growing up in a time when we didn't have cell phones. Maybe we didn't even have phones. And your parents would call the front office if there was an emergency. Or if you had an emergency, you would take the kid up to the front office. And so I would really encourage you to not try to, pander is maybe too strong of a term, but I think that we know what the answer is. And I don't think it really needs to be, a long and drawn out process. And my suggestion to you is that that you get the sites involved, you get the principals involved, you get the teachers involved, because those are the ones that are really accountable. And maybe you have a site-by-site policy. But the general trend should be that at least during instructional time, while they're in the class, the phones have to be, not accessible. So that's my input. Thank you for listening.
Member Aguiano.
Thank you. And just to piggyback off of what you mentioned, Member Hill, what about instead of a phone-free environment to have a flip phone? To cancel video camera. Emergency, parents were talking, they were saying, okay, different individuals would say, okay, just in case of emergency, you have a voice flip phone that you go ahead and contact your loved ones, or just in case of an emergency, right? So things like these, we have to think about, yes, what if you utilize a cell phone that's a flip phone and we provide it later in the future? Something that we could work off of. So it won't be a burden on our families, right? Additional. You change the SIM card, transfer it, or it could be the electronic SIM card. And we have to just think above and beyond. And this is something that at our my district, we're working with our middle schools. So we're beta testing that right now. And a month and a half, you could see the changes. Yeah, absolutely. You had a lot of pushback from the families. You had a lot of pushback from the students, for sure. But then people started socializing. They started talking. They started communicating a lot more. And the issues are diminishing. So we have to look up ahead, and we have to start looking into how can we go ahead and prevent the social emotional, the mental breakdown, and start looking into how can we provide this. We could definitely share the policy and share what other districts are doing and just show data, right? So we just have to think out of the box and just continue to do what others are also. We do not have to reinvent the wheel. And that's something that I'm really excited about because it's, we're testing things and they're coming out okay. So, I mean, knock on wood.
Member Block.
Thank you. Just a few things that I guess I would say on this particular topic. So I guess similar to Member Hill, I've implemented a policy this year. The phones go in the phone pocket rather than cubby, same thing on the wall after they finish their warm-up, and they stay there for the remainder of class. And certainly it's led to some pretty dramatic improvement. I've had a similar experience of once students recognize that that's the expectation, everybody seems pretty fine with it, and it's become a new norm that I think has led to more conversation, more discussion, more focus in class. And so certainly I'm in favor of having a policy where phones are away and inaccessible during class time. I do think that these feedback sessions are a great idea, though, and I think it will be really valuable to gather all these perspectives, particularly when it comes to the decision about what to do with phones outside of class time, in passing period, during lunch, during brunch and things like that, where I feel like there's a lot more complexity to the topic in terms of figuring out what makes most sense for everyone. It would be quite the endeavor to try to police phone usage outside of class time. And there's just a lot more factors to consider. And so I do think that these feedback sessions are really valuable. We want to make sure everybody's voices are included. And I think that'll generate more buy-in for whatever policy we ultimately adopt. I mean, certainly when we had our back to school night a month or two ago, I presented my personal class phone policy to parents, and I had a parent raise his hand and say, why don't all the teachers do this? And simply talking about it with the parents and gathering their thoughts on it, I think had them buy in more, and then they're excited that this is happening. And I think that leads to a united front on the issue as well. So certainly something needs to be done about phones. They can be a major distraction academically, but I do think all of these people listed on this slide have valuable input about the details of the phone policy that ultimately we decide to adopt.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right. Superintendent, additional regular board.
Actually, before we shift, I kind of really need some direction from the board. There's two different mindsets that we've heard from tonight as far as how do we go about working on the phone policy, right? And I want to make sure that I'm considerate of what staff members just said, but I just heard two different things. So Member Hill kind of has a very defined process with including leadership and staff members. Member Block, kind of a little bit more, would like to hear from some student voice to go along with it. So we just heard two different things. We could use just a little bit more direction, folks. And so we want to make sure that when we're out there doing this work, that we make sure that we are capturing the essence of where you all want to go. So if I could just have some sort of thoughts behind it, I'd also like to hear from our student board member on this particular topic. I think she might want to weigh in on this.
So, do you want to start?
Yes,
Sure.
I would like to start. So I kind of spoke with some of my classmates or students about this topic because I had seen it on the agenda. Our students, they think it's fair to have a balance with phone policies and stuff. They understand that sometimes they can't be a distraction. I think to not go as far as to get yonder passes would be the problem. I noticed that the main problem, or one thing they would not like, is to have the phones be taken away during break time. That's like one thing I think they all kind of stood on. So whatever the resolution may be, I just think that it's really important that there's a balance to whatever we end up choosing. That I think the pocket, I think they all agreed as well that the pocket policy works, and I even have it in a few of my classes, or have had it. It works. It kind of allows us to engage more. So I just think that whatever we end up choosing, that there should be a balance between allowing our students free time when they have it deserved, but also knowing when to use them. And I think the phone pocket is a good option. And there's also as well.
Member Thomas.
Until I hear more and change my mind, I agree with the student board member. I also agree that we should, with staff and the plan, to get input, instead of dropping a policy on them, on the community and the students, quickly, let's let the ideas sink in over time.
I'd like to add my 2 cents worth. As a 6th grade teacher, I collected cell phones from the second they walked into the door, and they got them at the end of the day. And now that we have our 6th graders in middle school, I have a little kind of perspective on at least that. And the students, and I mean, that was 12, 13 years ago that I was doing that. And even a few 3rd graders, when I started teaching 3rd grade, had phones, and I just had them put them, they just put them on my desk. I kept them for the day. The thing was, they were engaged out on the playground too, because that would be my fear if we, and I respect totally what you're saying, but they were more engaged out on the playground because they didn't have it as a distraction. I never got any complaints from them. I want my phone at lunchtime. I need to listen to my music, or whatever it was. That was never an issue. So I think it's important to do the educating of families and students and staff, and coming up with what's going to work and what can be followed through on, because I think that the accountability, holding the students accountable to whatever, the ending result of gathering our information tells us, that's going to be really important, that there is that accountability with the students, that if we go to a pocket system and it's from the time you enter to the time you exit, then making sure that all students are held accountable, so that it's not some and not others. So I'm more inclined to go with Member Hill on this one, I guess, just because of my personal experiences and watching kids be engaged and seeing what happens when there's a group of them standing around, like that last picture in your presentation. There's a group of them standing around. They're all standing there on their phones. They're not engaged with each other. They're engaged with their phone. And I've read snippets out of the book he mentioned, and it's powerful.
Yep. I heard a teacher the other day just say in a presentation, I'm just so excited to see my students' faces again.
Yeah.
So we'll go through process, and I'll bring something back to share with you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Last minute? Does that help?
Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Just want to make sure that we had a consensus of where we were going to.
Okay. All right. We are on to our HVAC update. Thank you, gentlemen, for waiting.
Oh, 12.1, we have another item
Wait.
on 12.2 for.
Oh, I'm sorry. 12.2, the meeting for November 4th or November 5th.
Thank you. Staff is requesting an additional regular scheduled board meeting, which you would need to vote on this evening if you were to add one. We anticipate that there will be a contract eventually coming back for a CBO, And we would like to not wait until the 18th. Instead, we would like to ask the board for consideration of adding a regular scheduled board meeting. It would be a very light agenda.
I know personally I'm available either night. Does anyone else have a preference?
I'm available either night.
Go ahead.
I'm also available either one, but would just having an extra day and going with the Wednesday just provide a little bit more time to make sure everything's finalized? I mean, couldn't hurt to have an extra day just to make sure everything's ready to go.
The 5th? Member Aguilar?
It's also
Same here. The 5th would be ideal.
Okay. So can I have a motion to hold the regular board meeting on November 5th?
I move that we schedule a regular board meeting on November 5th.
Okay, and a second?
A second.
Thank you. And take a vote. Okay. Looks like we have 6 ayes. All right.
consideration.
Thank you. All right, I apologize for jumping the gun on that one. Now we're off to the HVAC.
So at our last meeting, the board asked us to come back with a presentation with regards to some of the rationale as to why we need the emergency meeting, some additional data. And so staff has worked diligently to provide you with some additional information. This evening, I'd like to introduce our newest member of our team, our leadership team. This is Mr. Tony Lopez. Tony is our purchasing and procurement manager. And with that, I will turn it over to him.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, board, staff, and community. Like Mrs. Vacar said, my name is Tony Lopez. I am the purchasing and procurement manager for the district. And tonight we are bringing forward an emergency resolution for your approval for the HVAC challenges that the district is facing today. I will speak on the resolution and answer any procurement-related questions. Our Director of MOT, Travis, will follow with more information and answer any technical HVAC related questions. Let me first point out that an emergency resolution is rare. It's not something that we use very often. In fact, this is only the second one I've been involved in in almost 10 years. Our goal is to spend dollars and award work in a competitive and transparent way whenever possible. We have a district-wide emergency that's impacting students, staff, and community health and safety. We consulted with legal, and they confirm and are comfortable with us pursuing this course of action as well. The first question we had to ask ourselves, is this an emergency? And I'll read the three points directly from the resolution. There's many more points in the resolution, but I'll read 3 of them when we're considering whether this is an emergency or not. Whereas these conditions constitute an emergency under Public Contract Code, Section 1102, because the sudden and unexpected failure of multiple HVAC sensors at all sites have led to unsafe conditions, and temporary measures to maintain reasonable temperatures within the schools have been unsuccessful and costly. Whereas in order to abate the emergency and to provide for safety of students, staff, and visitors at all sites, and to provide a suitable environment for the district's educational mission, the district must immediately replace the thermostats in all non-classroom locations, which is the repair work. Whereas there is insufficient time to go out to bid for the contract for the repair work, since the HVAC conditions are not tolerable or conducive to education or administration of education. The district has received multiple Williams Act and OSHA complaints from parents and teachers, and temporary measures have been ineffective, and they're costly. Thank you, Jody. You know, when we were considering whether this was an emergency or not, there's a lot of information that we considered, and here are some bullet points to outline that, outline the details. All sites are affected, causing a difficult learning environment for students and staff. Again, the district has received Williams Act complaints. The district has received OSHA complaints. OSHA recommends temperature control in the range of 68 to 78 degrees. In a 2024 news release from the California DIR, it states that the employers are required to adopt safety measures when indoor temperatures reach 82 degrees to prevent the risk of heat illness to workers. Since school started, 163 thermostats have stopped working. The district's legal counsel has reviewed the details again and is comfortable with this resolution action. Additional points to consider. Is this going in and out? Or is it, oh, okay. Okay. Additional points to consider. We are spending approximately $60,000 per month for portable units, and that's only at 2 sites. This resolution will enable the district to get started on work immediately, avoiding additional costs, such as we will be able to remove the portable units sooner. The need for additional portable units in other locations will decrease as time goes on. Being able to control the temperature in classrooms will decrease energy costs, I think, throughout the district. The district has installed Pelican TC3 thermostats with the built-in CO2 sensors, and those HVAC units are now working. Verigy was awarded the CalShape RFP, so they will already be doing work inside the classroom and able to use the $600 of CalShape grant funds towards the thermostat because they have a built-in CO2 sensor. $600 of the CalShape grant is allocated for each classroom CO2 sensor. And again, here are more information. Here are a few other districts that have aligned CalShape with their Pelican thermostat upgrade installation: Livermore, Liberty, other school districts, Temple City, Albany, Ventura, Redding, Shasta, Stellar, Ego, Ono, I had to look that one up, and Thermalito. Another point to consider, I would like to point out that the resolution requires staff to update the board at every regularly scheduled board meeting. This gives the board oversight over the project with updates at those board meetings. I thought that was important to point out. And there's the verbiage from the resolution in the packet for you. So I'll be happy to answer any procurement related questions at this time.
It is not telling me whose hand. Okay, there we go. Member Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I had 2 questions based on your presentation. So the first was that you mentioned that there's 163 thermostats that have stopped working. I had heard somewhere that, like, just in the district, that's approximately the number of thermostats that we have across all locations, all sites. Is that true, or what are the total number of thermostats that we have in our district?
I don't want to steal Travis's thunder, but I believe there's 530, 540 thermostats throughout the district,
Okay.
and so that, yeah.
Okay, and then the second question that's more related directly to you. So you mentioned that so you're a purchasing professional, right? So you've spent a good part of your career in purchasing, and you've said that you've only had one other instance in 10 years when there was an emergency resolution. Can you describe the circumstances of that?
It was along the lines of a plumbing stoppage that was impacting a district office that we had.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Member Thomas.
I'm just curious, could you say what you think about Verigy's, the cost of this contract, and whether it's in line with what we'd see if we went out for bid?
Yeah, I think 2 points there. One, we're able to use the $600 from the CalShape grant towards the thermostat, which is a $600 per thermostat savings right out the gate. Again, I don't want to steal Travis's thunder, but I believe we got quotes for thermostat replacement, and I believe they were north of $2,000 to $2,500 each to do that work. But again, Travis can speak to that a little bit more.
Member Block.
I just wanted to say thank you for the clarity the presentation provided, and also just welcome to the district. We haven't formally welcomed you, but we're really glad to have you on board, taking on all the procurement challenges in our district. So welcome and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to jump into slide 7. So question here is why Pelican TC3? These particular thermostats have integrated CO2 sensor, CO2 monitors. Each thermostat includes a built-in CO2 sensor providing real-time air quality data without the need for a secondary unit. Second case, proven performance. 6 units have been already installed, tested, and confirmed to work and are reliable. I actually went out and spoke with all the teachers last week that actually have those particular thermostats. I think 90% of them have already sent me an email with their experience on how happy they are that they actually get to be able to have a working AC unit. One particular teacher had the comment of they're happy to actually have a AC unit that's been working in the 25 years that they've been here in the district. System uniformity, standardizing all thermostats to the Pelican TC3 model ensures consistent setup across all sites. Currently, I believe we have about 3 or potentially 4 different thermostats throughout the district. Simplified maintenance with uniform equipment, troubleshooting and maintenance becomes faster and easier. There would be no need to learn multiple models or configurations. Operational efficiency, a single standardized platform allows centralized control, streamlined training, and reduced downtime. Next slide. So CalShape versus emergency resolution funding. To answer your question, there's actually a total of 537 total thermostats throughout the school district. This is obviously not counting Snow Elementary Music or the district office. As Tony mentioned, $600 per sensor would be covered out of the grant funds, equivalent to the $212,400 right there of CalShape funds. Then we move on to thermostats for classroom and then non-classroom, which are those 2 totals right there, equaling out to out of cost towards Measure O, $777,286.86. One thing I kind of want to highlight a little bit more is if you look at the 3rd column, CalShape grant, I'm sorry, 4th column, Pelican TC3 thermostats with built-in CO2 sensors. So pretty much what this is saying is the original cost for these thermostats would be the $1,733.24. That's before the $600 kind of credit, I want to say, that would be kind of coming from the CalShape grant. So for those particular thermostats, we would be paying the $1,133.24 for those particular thermostats. Once we get into the non-classroom Pelican thermostats, as I mentioned in the past, CalShape doesn't cover non-classroom HVAC units, so those particular units would be the $1,733 per unit per thermostat. As I mentioned before, we've had 6 different thermostats that we've installed with this TC3, kind of as a trial basis. So we tried early last year, at multiple different schools, different type of units as well. So we kind of got a different range. 1 was installed at Kennedy, 3 at the high school, 1 at BGI, and 1 at Coyote. That was early on when my 2nd month here, so I have a quote here from that particular vendor, 2 vendors, early February, that we did the first particular unit, kind of as a trial basis, because we didn't know exactly if that was the sole solution. Our 2 HVAC companies did recommend it. We got quotes. One quote was $2,775. Second quote was $2,219. So to kind of answer a question that came up earlier, $2,200 compared to the $1,700 or even the $1,100 for the classrooms, I would say it's pretty competitive. Next slide. Any questions?
Statement about this agenda item, but I'm wondering if we have a public comments, any public comments before.
We're not for 13.1, but for 13.2, and I would need. Do we make comments at this time, or are comments basically at the end of the meeting? I guess that would be
Public comments? No. Well, so you can make a comment on a particular agenda
Sure.
item.
okay.
This is a
yeah.
staff report.
Yeah.
If you've got questions on the staff report
Staff
itself,
report.
we would ask that
Yeah.
you ask your
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah.
please.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess really my comments may be related to the next agenda item, so I don't have any additional questions.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Then we're moving on to 13.2, and yes, Ms. Parks has a public comment.
Good evening. I'm still concerned about the proposed emergency project to replace the Newark Unified HVAC thermostats. No one disputes the HVAC system is in need of repair. The real question is, how do you ensure the entire functions properly and serves the students and staff effectively? This issue didn't develop overnight. I have an email from April of this year in which the superintendent and the director of MOT, in a meeting with Renault Clark Architects, identified a need. So not a sudden, unexpected situation. I find it troubling that this project is being presented as an emergency on the agenda, bypassing the standard purchasing process. The justification appears to hinge on complaints filed, yet the information provided lacks any mandates from Cal OSHA to support this urgency. This approach feels dismissive of the accountability and due diligence our community deserves through the normal process. Moreover, the proposed contract raises significant concerns. It required multiple days of negotiation between attorneys, which suggested complexity and uncertainty the first time it was presented. The scope of work and its exclusions do not guarantee a fully functioning HVAC system. Instead, they leave loopholes that could result in incomplete repairs or ongoing issues, potentially costing the district more on the ongoing as the time goes on. NUSD students and staff deserve better. Declaring an emergency should be based on documented criteria and mandates, including those set by Cal OSHA, none of which are evident here. In my opinion, this board's emergency declaration appears to rest more on the emotions than on verified facts, making it frivolous use of their authority. We deserve a solution that is comprehensive, transparent, and fiscally responsible. I urge the board to reconsider rushing this project through an emergency. Instead, take the time to develop a clear plan that ensures the project. I urge the board to reconsider rushing this project through an emergency. Instead, take the time to develop a clear plan that ensures a reliable, long-term fix for the HVAC system, one that prioritizes the well-being of the school community and upholds the trust that was placed in this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hill.
Thank you, President Jones. So, Board, as we discussed in our last meeting, I have serious concerns regarding the approach we are taking to our HVAC issues. Ever since I joined the board, our district has had HVAC issues, and we have wasted millions of dollars trying to solve the problems on a patchwork basis. And while these issues are highly irritating for all involved, they are not new, and they do not, as referenced in the proposed emergency resolution, constitute, and I'm quoting from the public contracting code language, so our current situation does not constitute a sudden, unexpected occurrence that poses a clear and imminent danger requiring immediate action to prevent or mitigate the loss or impairment of life, health, property, or essential public services. Consequently, we should not be proceeding forward without a clear and comprehensive assessment of the situation, and we should not be bypassing procurement best practices as codified in the California Public Contract Code to ram through yet another knee-jerk solution that we may be reversing a year from now. Although I have mentioned that our HVAC issues have been known for years, they have also been known for some time by our current management team. In an email sent from Chris Bohegian, principal architect of Renault Clark, to our management team on April 9th, 2025, he summarizes a meeting from the prior day regarding discussions that took place. A couple of the key relevant entries. The first $30 million of bond money would go towards IT needs, HVAC, building controls, and sewer remediation. Moving forward, we will have RFPs and may have several vendors depending on the scope and extent of work. The district will advertise work being done in the future to increase transparency. MOT efforts were expending monies quickly, and there was a need for additional monies to sustain district properties. Travis stated that MOT's primary priorities for immediate fixes include HVAC controls, re-roofing needs, plumbing, and the 5 multipurpose rooms with water intrusion problems. So per the above, but per my earlier comments, so management has known for at least 6 months that there were HVAC and HVAC controller issues. Why all of a sudden has this become an emergency that requires the board to give emergency powers to eliminate competitive bidding for this work? This email commentary also highlights the board intention to put this work out to competitive bid to get maximum value. Is this recent emergency declaration an attempt to manufacture a crisis in order to eliminate the need for competitive bidding and sole source to a pre-selected vendor? Interestingly, when this topic was put on the agenda for the last meeting, October 7th, this particular agenda item was put on routing for approval back on September 17th. If this was truly an emergency, why wasn't an emergency meeting immediately called with the board to discuss and determine whether this was truly an emergency, and then have us direct legal counsel to take action versus a draft resolution and contract being brought before us with literally no time to read in advance? In our last board meeting, the claimed emergency was also justified based on numerous filed Williams complaints, yet the information presented to us this evening through the attachments indicate that only 2 out of the 6 Williams complaints reference HVAC, and HVAC is mentioned alongside the flea infestation at Kennedy, among other issues. Why weren't emergencies declared for the flea infestation and flooding issues, which could probably be classified as clear and imminent dangers of a higher order than HVAC? Complaints to OSHA were also cited as justification for declaring an emergency, yet in the 2 complaints submitted to OSHA, their responses to both stated, quote, "The division has not determined whether the hazards as alleged exist at your workplace, and at this time the division does not intend to conduct an inspection at your workplace." If this were truly an emergency, wouldn't OSHA have already deployed boots on the ground to complete an inspection and be providing very specific written guidance around the required remediation? What also really bothers me regarding this whole process is that even after we knew of these issues, at least as far back as April of this year, why haven't we used the CalShape grant to plan and execute a long-term solution? In the RFQ we did for CalShape on July 11th of 25, we identified that the first step needed to be a full assessment of our HVAC situation across 10 sites. Seems like a pretty good step, rather than a knee-jerk reaction rushing to a solution that may not clearly identify all issues and possibly misdiagnose what's going on. The next requirement in the RFP, after the assessment is completed, would be to determine what additional repairs, if any, would be needed, and estimated cost, timeline, etc. Again, seems like a good approach, and one for which we just signed a $1 million contract. Why are we now casting this approach aside? Would a doctor operate on a patient before they have done a thorough assessment with options, pros and cons, and potential costs? What will happen if we move forward with this emergency proposal and later find out we operated on the wrong body part? Finally, given that this is clearly not an emergency, especially since we are now entering a mild time of year, Why is it that we feel we must operate on a body part now, and we have a very specific solution in mind, Pelican TC3 thermostats? Why can't we put a quick competitive business process to get the best bang for the buck? The current contract from Verigy seems chock full of disclaimers and no clear warranties that they will achieve claimed OSHA temperature targets over any period of time. This would be a repeat of past HVAC debacles that we have experienced, where verbal promises were made, but when results didn't materialize, no one was held to account for fixing them. The Public Contract Code starts out with very clear guidance around the objectives agencies should seek to achieve when spending the taxpayer money. Number one, to ensure full compliance with competitive bidding statutes as a means of protecting the public from misuse of public funds. Number two, to provide all qualified bidders with a fair opportunity to enter the bidding process, thereby stimulating competition in a manner conducive to sound fiscal practices. And number three, to eliminate favoritism, fraud, and corruption in the awarding of public contracts. Based on the points I've raised this evening, I am encouraging the board to not approve this emergency resolution and instead to instruct staff to follow a parallel path to ensure that we live up to the Public Contract Code's guidance. First of the parallel path. First, let's have Verigy fast-track the work we've already hired them to do and come back with a robust, documented assessment of our HVAC situation. Then, in parallel, while this assessment is going on, let's bet on the come and have our procurement department launch a fast-track competitive bid around the current complaint claimed solution, Pelican TC3. Both of these efforts should be able to be completed in a month, and then we can come back and review the two updates and decide what the proper next step should be. Any action other than this seems to me to be just slapping a $770,000 Band-Aid on a wound that has been festering for years. Thank you.
All right. Do we want to proceed? Do you have more presentation? Any more information? Okay. Any other comments from board members on this before I ask for a motion? Member Block.
Sure. So I appreciate the comments, and I think just to respond to a couple of the things, I think certainly we've known HVAC has been an issue for a long time. It's not that HVAC being an issue is a novel concept, but the fact that 163 out of 500 something thermostats, all sort of breaking down to start a school year seems to constitute like a dramatic escalation of the situation. Simultaneously, I mean, we know through this pilot that the 6 Pelican thermostats that have been installed are working quite well, and so it's not shooting blind to move forward with this particular solution because it has been tried, right? If we hadn't had any of these thermostats installed whatsoever, we had no idea whether or not this was going to work, I would be more concerned. But the fact that we've tried this in a limited setting across different school sites and it's been effective definitely seems to me to be a promising sign. So the fact that over 150 thermostats have stopped working very rapidly, that we've had to bring in portable units that are extremely costly and that are severely impacting instruction, while perhaps maybe not even, I'm not sure of their exact effectiveness. I mean, that to me, it seems to snowball into a situation that does require some more urgent action. Certainly, we don't want to, make emergency resolutions all the time, and this is something that we don't want to be a pattern or a trend. And it's not something to take lightly, but I think the fact that we will be receiving regular updates about this and have full oversight of it allows us to ensure that it's being managed properly. And clearly, although OSHA has not been out to our sites, they are mandating certain things immediately, right? And as soon as OSHA gets involved, that already, in my mind, indicates an emergency situation is emerging. No, they have not been out to our sites, but they are monitoring the situation carefully such that they have mandated a particular response that's not been beneficial to our students, from my understanding. So I hear the comments and I understand the concern, but it does seem like the totality of factors indicates a situation that needs urgent action.
I'd also like to add that in watching the presentation from the 7th, Tony, you had mentioned that it would not be a 1-month process, that it would definitely take 2 to 3 months in order to even begin that whole RFP process, which we don't have the time to wait. And I do feel that this needs to be acted on sooner than later. Member Thomas.
Yes, I think 536 thermostats failing since the beginning of school constitutes an emergency.
163 out of the
163 out of 163 out of 536. I feel staff has verified a solution with the Pelican thermostats that works. And I also think the cost of having Verigy continue the work they already started to a quicker solution is reasonable. So I plan to support this.
So just a couple of follow-up points. So for those that are familiar with complex technical issues, it takes time to actually diagnose. And for those that remember as far back as the Challenger launching of the space shuttle, there's lots of variables that if you don't look into them, they can come back and they can result in a catastrophic failure. And we have actually been looking at HVAC and these HVAC issues since I've been on the board, 6 years. And I don't believe that installing 6 thermostats in a couple of rooms is a comprehensive, essentially statement that this is the definitive and de facto solution. I think it's anecdotal, and I think it's very dangerous. Because I've heard similar assurances from prior vendors that, oh, yep, we understand the problem, and oh, this is going to solve everything, and here we are 5 years later. And we actually have an opportunity right now with the contract that we approved in the last session to actually use CalShape to go through and do a formal assessment where we are having the vendor do a comprehensive formal assessment. But now we're going to kick that aside and we're going to rush to a solution. I think it's dangerous. And then as far as the number of thermostats failing, again, we haven't seen data on that, but so I'm just a little bit concerned. But again, I think that we're really rushing in. And then what I would say also regarding the competitive bidding, because you're talking to somebody that spent their entire career in purchasing. And the fact is that we already have a spec. We said TC3 thermostats. Hold on. So we said okay. So we said TC3 thermostats, we have a spec. We also already have 4 vendors identified that participated in the RFQ for the CalShape grant. So we don't have to go out and look for vendors. We could quickly turn that around, and I promise you that you could do that in less than a month. So why are we rushing? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez and also Mr. De Freitas, thank you for the presentation. I do see that the emergency abatement and the repairs of the units is something that, we have to, moving forward, we have to make sure that we are really being clear, transparent with making a decision with, all the factors that are being in play, right? However, I do see that with the Cal OSHA complaints, we do have to take a stand, and we have to go ahead and continue. The Pelican units do work, and as we can see, it's been working just not only with 6 units, but it's been working with other districts, right? And we want to go ahead and make sure that we keep Verigy in focus, updates, to make sure that we have information on how the process is going. But moving forward, we want to go ahead and make sure that we're identifying issues while we're going along. Because it's, creating an emergency for this, yes, it is an emergency, okay. You know, it has been throughout not the last 4 years, but the last 10 years, I believe, because I've been hearing this ongoing. My children had attended, and we've been having issues from back then. So it's not a thing that's been going on just yesterday. It's been an issue and an ongoing issue for every year. So we have to make sure that we just focus and, with the reports, please to keep up to date, because we really need to make sure that we are being transparent and being clear, and especially with our public.
May I say something?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak and just share a few thoughts with the board and with the community. So since coming here, HVAC has been a problem. It was one of the first problems that the former superintendent asked me to take a look at and start to try to address. So it's been on my radar screen, quite frankly, since the day I kind of walked in here, December 2023. Some of you may recall in February, I indicated that we need to go out for a school bond. There is no way we were going to be able to do some of the repairs, and one of the biggest ones was around HVAC. At that time, based on the information that I had, I thought the problem was a little bit larger and thought it actually dealt with the actual HVAC units themselves. After careful looking at the various different units, having different consultants from HVAC weigh in, lo and behold, it wasn't so much the units, although there were some. There's a card that's inside some of the units. Some of those cards were not working correctly, so those had to be replaced at one point. But that still didn't fix the problem that was happening in the classrooms with the fact that the controllers kept overriding one another. For months, the MOT director and myself, along with Sizer Co. and also with Carrier, tracked the number of units that kept going down to see if it was only just a few, if they were triggering something else, if it was something that was related to IT. We had IT that was weighing in on it. There's a variety of different things, but we spent an ordinary amount of time actually tracking every single school and every classroom with the unit going down. We worked diligently with our office managers and with our principals to find out this information and make sure they were being reported to us so that we knew what was going on. In some cases, things would be fixed for a short period of time, and then a week or two later, it would fall back in disrepair. Again, nothing really seemed to work well, and so I was excited that it was going to be one of the elements that we were putting inside the bond. Matter of fact, it's one of the things that's noted inside the bond language, that HVAC was a significant problem as we continued working through the diagnostics of what was going on. When Travis entered the scene, probably our very first conversation was on HVAC. My first conversation with Mr. Lopez when he came on board was around HVAC, and for him it was around HVAC and going out for an RFP. Which is one of the things that we started working on immediately. At that time, we were already in the process with the RFP that was done in the summer, and we were in the process of awarding, or maybe had just awarded that particular RFP to Verigy in relationship to CalShape. We began to learn a little bit more from Verigy, who was able to help us understand that we could take some of the funds that were being used from CalShape and be able to marry it with the same problem that we were having. Their assessments of the units were done. Those were done back in the beginning of September. They did a very quick turnaround with us to go back and make sure that the units that were qualifying under CalShape were identified. That was some of the assessment work that was done. Prior to that, going back months, and I can't speak to the email that the speaker spoke about or that board members spoke about, but there should have been a lot more emails out there and correspondences around the HVAC systems that obviously didn't get captured depending on what the search was. Because this is a problem I have been working on weekly since I got here. I've been working on it weekly with staff. I've been working on it weekly with vendors. It's been something that's been ongoing and been the heart and soul of trying to figure out how do we fix this problem. I can't tell you how delighted I was when we really sat there and talked about, could it just be a simple controller issue? Something as simple as removing the other controllers and installing something else, and then to find out that it actually worked and was working successful. That was what a wonderful thing to learn. And find out that it wasn't the actual units, it wasn't the chips that were installed that may have been a faulty chip. It wasn't all those things. The district made some really bad choices some time back. They did not make sure that there was an extended warranty on the units. That created some of the dilemma. With that, we had to go off and pay for additional services. We really sure could have used an HVAC tech here internally. Instead, we paid for outside vendors to provide us with the additional support systems. We paid for additional time for IT support to be able to help us to reconnect. We wondered if we had router issues that weren't talking with these very sophisticated pieces of equipment that have controllers that actually use IT. Back in the day, you didn't have IT as being a part that worked with your HVAC system. You went through your thermostat and you turned it on, it either worked, it was either on, it was off, and you had certain temperatures that you set with it. Things are more sophisticated today. We are being asked to look at some of the environmental conditions that go along to ensure that we are using every resource appropriately and also saving on resources when we need to save on it. So that's really the importance of having the whole entire IT connection that goes along with the controller system. I am delighted that we actually had a solution. But we were embarking upon, after our Verigy element, was to go out after an RFP. We were actually ready to launch that until we got hit with the OSHA concern from Kennedy. Later on, we were hit with an OSHA concern that happened from the middle school. So we had two things. What we didn't want to see is something that was going to snowball that was only really going to cost us less than $800,000 to be able to fix, and be paying additional monies for temporary units. It just seemed like a waste of money on precious resources that our community has entrusted us with. I truly believe that staff has done their best due diligence in trying to find you a solution. Could it fail? It could. You heard that from the attorney. You heard that from us at our last meeting. It could fail. It could. But so far, it's been a good working solution that's worked well. In addition to that, we worked very closely with SOAP. SOAP was also another contract that we brought back to you in the fall. SOAP has agreed to bring this piece in for the controller piece, and that controller piece is also part of the SOAP. Some of that language actually had to be vetted along with the attorneys and for Verigy to understand what did SOAP do. That took a little bit of time. But yes, we could have done an RFP. We probably could have done it in about a month to 6 weeks. By the time we brought it back to you, awarded, and looked at the timelines, we did feel that it was necessary to go off and expedite it, especially when we had the multiple OSHA concerns that came forward. We really thought OSHA was going to be very happy to know that we already had a working solution and a plan in place, that we had timelines. In fact, we shared the timelines with them with our RFP, and that wasn't good enough. And so we were looking at trying to be able to respond, make sure that we could sit there and comply with what Cal OSHA was asking us to do. And that's where we're at today. We are asking the board for consideration of the emergency resolution. If you do not vote for it, we will be pivoting and we will be going towards an RFP. It will just take us longer to be able to get all that stuff done and go through that process. The choice is yours. We presented the information to you. We've done our best assessment. I want to thank staff. I want to thank you for your time and your due diligence on what you did. You worked weekends and evenings and afternoons. I want to thank you for all your time that you came in and worked with me to work on really great solutions, and also to see how we could help expedite the timelines to help our schools and our kids. Thank you so much. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Okay, I will ask for a motion at this time.
I'll make a motion to approve item 13.2.
Thank you. I will second, and we need to take a vote. Okay, we have 5 yeses and 1 no, so the motion does pass because I believe it did need 4 out of 5. Thank you. All right, 13.3, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee appointment.
Thank you. Before you this evening is a, which has been seen by the Measure O Committee. We have an appointment that we would like to ask for the board to
Thank you, gentlemen.
consider.
Sorry. Sorry.
It's okay. Before you this evening is
I'm sorry.
An
Sorry to
application.
interrupt. It's 20. Do you guys need to extend?
Yeah, it is. Let me,
I
I'm sorry.
apologize. Sorry about that.
thinking about that too. Can we make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30? I don't think we're going to need it, but just in case.
I make a motion to extend the meeting until 10:30.
And a second?
I'll second.
Member Thomas, okay. And can we take a vote, please, to extend to 10:30? I'm sorry. Aiden, can I just take yours?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, 6 yeses. So we've extended to 6:30. Thank you, Ms. Croce. Oh, 10:30, sorry. I don't know why I apologize. Superintendent, go ahead.
Thank you. Before you this evening is a application for a new member to join the Measure O, and I apologize, I don't have. Let's see if I can pull it up.
Michael Garvey.
Thank you. It was the recommendation, I believe, of the Measure O committee as well as of staff that you consider this application to join the team.
Any comments, questions? All right, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve item 13.3.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. And a vote, please. Oh, sorry. Yep, there we go. Okay. Lag. Did you have fun with the lag when you were doing this? Okay, 6 yeses.
I didn't show up, though.
Well, congratulations to Mr. Garvey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be sure to send out a communication to him to let him know that he's official.
6 ayes. All right, consent agenda, personnel. Anyone want to pull this, or shall we vote directly? All right, a motion to vote on the personnel report. I'll make a motion. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I was like, okay, I'm not waiting. All right, please vote. Thank you. 6 ayes. Actually 5, but thank you for voting, Chesley. Non-personnel items. There anything on the yeah, because she's not supposed to put personnel. Okay, what item would you like to pull?
15.9, board policy contracts.
Okay.
15.99.
Right, got it. Any other polls?
The poll 15 question about it.
Okay. All right, let's start with 15.7 question.
So yeah, I think maybe my question would probably be best directed to Ms. Allard. So I saw this contract is specifically for Schilling, and I know Schilling's been having the toughest time with regards to their CASP scores. So I was just curious to see like how this process is going so far, and if there's any additional support that Schilling needs from us as a board in order to help them get going in a positive direction with their ELA testing and their LPAC advancement and things like that.
Yes, absolutely. Schilling is our only school in the district who's all red on the dashboard. So that's why they're getting the intensive support from Dr. Sunday Cummings. She is an award-winning author as well as a national literacy consultant. They're currently working on phonics because as we learn about every single story, the majority of the students at Schilling have some holes and gaps in their phonics, decoding awareness, and phonemic awareness. She's also helping them with benchmark routines from the adopted curriculum as well, and then academic vocabulary. We started with 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades, and kindergarten and 1st grade have quickly latched on and also wanted support, which is the reason for the amendment.
Great.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Is everyone fine with voting that with all the rest of them? Okay. 15.9. Contracts, Member Hill.
Yes, so I noticed when I was looking at that contract, right, so how it starts is that CSBA provides essentially a template for updated changes, and then we merge that with what our existing policy is, and then we identify, are there changes that CSBA is recommending that we don't already have? There could be changes that come from the staff or even board members, and there's all different colors. But my sense is that the changes that are usually coming from CSBA, right, they've got whole teams of people looking at these things, and so I would trust that they've kind of dotted the i's and crossed the t's. But we took a section out of there that they were recommending, and I don't remember the exact language that they were using, but it was basically kind of like a performance consultant or something like that. And we took out all of that language and we said that doesn't happen in Newark. But what I would suggest is that the way that the CSBA language is written is it says if this condition arises, then these are the protocols that you have to follow with this particular role. And so I would like to request that we put that language back in so that if we do have that event in the future, that it's already covered and we don't need to make a change.
Mr. Williams, would you like to respond to that? Because I believe you were the one that took that information. No.
Services.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, I don't have Tony here with me right now. I would like for this to go back for staff to review, but we'll take your comments under consideration if you wouldn't mind and bring back and see if there's any issue with modifying it.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we will pull this and not vote on it. And perhaps it could come back on the 5th because it may be time sensitive with things. I don't know, but.
We're trying to keep that 5th agenda as light as possible, but yes, that's a possibility.
Yeah,
think
no, I
because this is a
realize that, but
carryover-
if this is something that can't wait till the 18th.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, this shouldn't take us long to go back over.
okay.
I
thank
know
you.
there was some strikeouts that were done. I thought there was something between option 1 and option 2. I'd have to go back and see if we had to choose an option. But I recognize the devil's in the details.
Yeah, and I can't bring it up at the moment to be able to
I've got
look
it up.
at
I'm looking at it, and I'd have to go back and review this.
Okay. All right, so I would like to get a motion for non-personnel items 15.2 through 15.8 and 15.10, 15.11. Could I have a motion for those?
I'll make a motion to approve items 15.2 through 15.8 plus 15.10 and 15.11.
Okay. And may I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. And a vote. Great, thank you. And so all of those are. Sorry, I'm just making sure my notes are complete. Thank you. Board comments, committee reports, announcements, requests, debriefs, discussion. I'll just start with Member Aguiano.
Thank you. Just wanted to say thank you for everyone that was here today, for the presenters, for our Kennedy principal that was here that presented, as well for our staff that presented the growth overall and from the CASP and just the reclassification data. And, you know, just really appreciate the sharing of the DAG, DLAC, and also the ELAC items that were covered today during the day with, you know, the parents and also the involvement there. It's really, really important that we start getting a grasp of what we're really looking for to be able to support it and really just pinpoint our weaknesses, but also our strengths. So I really appreciate it and thank you all. Superintendent Vocard, thank you for the support as well to our staff and just being out there and helping and supporting them overall. Thank you.
Okay. Member Block?
Just want to give a huge shout out to Newark teachers, classified staff, site admin, you know, the really amazing progress we saw in student achievement is a collective effort. And I'm also really excited to see the decline in suspensions and chronic absenteeism. It's just an indicator that our schools are becoming better and better over time. And so I just want to shout out everybody who does all the hard work day to day to make that happen. And also a big thank you to all the parents too, who are providing support for their students to be at their best when they arrive at school every day. So thank you everyone, and just excited to see our continued progress as a district.
Member Thomas.
Yes, I would like to echo Member Anguiano's and Member Block's comments and appreciation for staff and all the hard work you've been doing, and maybe especially the issues around our HVAC units and how long they've been lingering, and hopeful that this solution will be quick and complete and work. And I hope that staff might send us an email with the salary schedule issue and how that's going to be addressed, because I think that's been mentioned a couple times now. Along.
Are you asking about the salary schedule or about the CBA contract?
Well, I understand there's salary schedules that have not been ratified by the board. They've been updated but not ratified yet. And I understand, or maybe not the whole salary schedule has been. And also the appendices in the CBA that were never approved, and what, did they ever exist that should have been brought to us for approval? It's kind of the background on that. And I'm very appreciative that you're going to be sending us the WASC report. Thank you.
Member Hill.
So just want to again thank Ms. Allard for all the work that you've been doing around our student success and our test scores and our learning that's occurring, and the leadership you're providing, and the execution that the principals and the teachers are delivering, as well as all the other supporting cast of characters. So thank you.
Okay, and I would like to finish. I said that I would continue a little bit about what I was talking about earlier. Ms. Parks is right. I cannot stop the community from saying anything that is a First Amendment, but also a board policy right. But I can go back and remind the board that we have agreed to a no surprises issue, policy, basically as a courtesy to enhance the professional relationship between the board and the superintendent. And the reason that I'm bringing this up again is that we start tomorrow night talking about our superintendent search, and we are going to be bringing forward a timeline and some information so that we can begin this. And it's going to be really, I believe, and this is my personal opinion, that it's really critical that we do continue to present ourselves as respectful professionals, because we want to attract a superintendent that is going to provide that to staff and teachers and students and members of the board. So we need to act appropriately and respectfully, because that is what we want to receive back from the people that we are working with. So I just urge us all to really remember that being respectful and professional is really critical to us being able to work together, but also to present ourselves to the community and the students. If we want the students to be respectful, we need to be respectful and model that. So that was the last part I wanted to say. The other thing that I wanted to do in terms of agenda request for the November 19th or 18th meeting is a couple of weeks ago, I believe I sent everyone a copy of the governance handbook to go through, and I'd gone through and made all the corrections and updates that we talked about at our workshop. But for you to have a chance to go through and to send me any comments or questions that you have by next week, October 29th, so that I can put those into the document and then work with staff to make sure that that's ready to go for the November 18th meeting. Don't think there's a lot to do. I've done a lot of I've done the changes and done a tremendous amount of the formatting. It may just, there may be some.
I'm not opposed to the November 18th, or was this something you'd rather bring back at your organization meeting in December?
Sure, we can bring it back at the organization.
I'm just saying, you're just getting ready to do all that. We're preparing for that organization meeting now and getting that prepped. I mean, there's nothing wrong with bringing back your thing ahead
No,
of time, but it's
that
up to
sounds
you.
great. That sounds great. I know that meeting's already got some other things in it, but I don't think that this is going to be
I don't
a
know.
big discussion because basically everything should be done.
It's late. Let me just
So
think it
it's just
over and kind of
adopting it.
noodle that idea. I do want to go back and just review the handbook, because you might want to take that action first before you do your work for the organization meeting.
Okay.
Let me just think about that.
All right,
Okay.
great. Yeah, I just don't
Thank
want
you.
it to go on much longer, and I wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. Great, thank you. And with that, I adjourn the meeting
No,
at...
no.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just need to have you go first, and then I won't do things like that. I
all right.
apologize.
I have a few things to talk about this evening.
Oh,
So
goody.
I really do want to talk about RFPs. I'm actually kind of excited that we do have a purchasing and procurement manager. He is going to be embarking on a number of RFPs, RFQs, and RFAs, something that we're going to learn all about, all three of those things. I'm going to be providing you with additional input on the ones that we will be doing here in the near future. The very first one coming up is going to be the architect piece. And we're also going to be doing some kind of an RFQ, most likely for your superintendent search. That, of course, might be talked about tomorrow night a little bit more. So I would anticipate that that might be happening. And then we're also looking at RFPs for doing plumbing, electrical, HVAC, and also other types of contracting type work in order to be able to start to work on all the elements that you approved through Measure O bonds that we have secured the funding for. So we are excited about moving in that direction on that. I would like to have a conversation with Member Hill. I know we had a very good and engaging conversation about some language that we wanted to be able to put into some of the RFPs, and I'd like to be able to get your input on some of the language that I have been advised by legal counsel on that. So I'd just like to be able to get your input if I could. With regards to some other future workshops coming up, I'm going to be attending the Workforce Housing conference or workshop on this coming Friday. Ms. Thomas attended and talked about how wonderful it was. It's timely for some of the work that we're embarking upon this year. I'm looking forward to it, about hearing about some of the new legislation elements, some of the success stories that other districts have had, and also some of the pitfalls that maybe they ran into as well and that we might want to avoid. Last week, I went to the NorCal Relief meeting, that is our overall liability insurance. Definitely something I will probably be providing you some additional information in future communications, so please be on the lookout for that. A lot of it's just around changes that are happening in liability, things that school districts need to be aware of, and most importantly, and you heard mentioned earlier, the number of hours of training that's being required as staff, and how do we help support staff when they have to do that many hours of training that's mandated, and there's additional mandates coming down, not only to staff, but also to volunteers, to some of our coaches that are coming down. So a lot of new elements that we're going to have to track and make sure that we're ready to be prepared to talk about those things. We also had CBO interviews, both first and second level interviews. We are in the process of doing our reference checks right now. I want to thank members Block and Hill for their time and their dedication to helping us navigate that process, and I can't wait to be able to bring back some additional information on that real soon. I wrote down the thing about the CBA updates and salary schedule. I've got that written down. We talked a little bit about tomorrow that you're doing your superintendent search. This is like a really exciting time. And I think one of the things is to really think about what is our narrative. We talked a little bit about what is our story. You heard Ms. Allard reference it. It's a piece that we've been talking about, but our story also happens right here in what we've been doing. And so one of the things I hope that you'll think about this evening as you're closing your eyes and getting ready to go to sleep is just thinking about what is our story? What have been our successes that we could share with those that will be helping you do the search, but also with the communication feature piece to go out to prospective superintendents about the work that we've done this year to be able to prepare for them to be able to step into the leadership role here at Newark and continue the work that we're doing. We've done some great work in the last couple of years. I'm proud, I'm honored to be able to serve with all of you. I will tell you, it's been hard work, some of the hardest work I've ever had to do. But we are doing it and we're moving in the right direction. You saw great results this evening. I want to thank Assistant Superintendent Allard for her presentation and her time that she's put in with that. I will tell you, she comes knocking down my door and says, "Guess what? Look what we did." And it's just like that moment of exhilaration. Like, yeah, it's like coming together and it feels good. I want to thank our teachers and the work that they're doing. They're having some great conversations with their leadership and with each other about what they want to do. They're asking us for additional support systems. We're happy to help try to provide that and navigate that. We need more input from them as to how we can help and support them in the roles that they have. But it's all looking really great. I love visiting classrooms and getting out and seeing what's happening with our kiddos and our teachers. And there is great teaching and learning that's actually happening out there in Newark. And I'm really, really proud to be the superintendent for this school year. So thank you. That concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you. And before I adjourn the meeting, I would like to say that I hope everyone has a happy and safe Halloween. And I'll adjourn the meeting at 10:02.
Do you know